a 4-minute situation to score twice. They got 2 minutes now left. It's got to move quicker. And if you want to get the ball back, you got to score quick. And it's just not set up for that.
Sideline route, Jordan again. Marquise Liverpool got it his way. It's incomplete. Absolutely right. This offense is designed to eat clock and yardage, long drives like they did to begin the second half, when it appeared they really had a stranglehold on this game. Since then, it's really been all Temple in every aspect.
All Temple. You know, defensively, offensively, can't say enough about Matt Brown, what they've been able to do with him. In this front, just figuring out the triple option, slowing it down. I mean, when it looked like they came out of the locker room at halftime flat.
Steelman, little quick screen. Hassan brings it in. And it's hit hard from behind by Peanut Joseph. Gets to the 38-yard line of Temple. Well, the clock is rolling. Army can only stop it twice more in this game. 2 timeouts remaining.
2nd and 7.
Brown is split out to the right of Steelman. And Malcolm brings it in front of Jaquan Jarrett. Nice strike right on the money from Trent Steelman, who was a great baseball player in high school. Thought about playing at Western Kentucky. 20-yard gain there.
Now you got a minute and a half. You've got to take some shots at the end zone. You've got to get the ball in the end zone so that if you do get the ball back after an onside kick, there's some time left.
Flag flies late. Kroboth on the coverage of Malcolm Brown. And a pass interference apparently coming here against Temple in the final moments.
And good things can happen for an offense when you're throwing the football.
Defense, number 37. Automatic first down at the spot of the foul.
You know, if you can throw the football and you get your receivers in positions to make some plays, the defense is forced to go ahead and try some stuff. Looked like a great play, but you can't see what he's doing with the right arm. And a lot of times the officials say it's all about the right arm. Even if we know that you've got him covered, if you're impeding his progress with that right arm, we're going to call it every time.
Makes it 1st and goal from the 5. Army hoping for a score and then an onside kick. Cobb's in motion. Fade, Brooks, end zone, incomplete. Coverage there by Marquise Liverpool of Temple. Brooks hoping for his first career touchdown catch from Newburgh, New York, right here in the Mid-Hudson Valley, about 20 minutes away from the academy.
You've got to take some shots at the end zone. We're talking time here. Time is not on your side when you've only got 2 timeouts and a minute and 18 left and you need 2 scores.
Nice drive so far. Trying to cap it off with a touchdown. Trent Steelman runs right. Trent Steelman, touchdown! 5 yards out. Cannons fire across Los Reservoir. 4th of the day. Trent Steelman. And Carlton on for the PAT. He's got it. To make it 42-35. Now Army will try with Matt Campbell for an onside kick. Trent Steelman, 4 rushing touchdowns, Jason, today, and 1 passing TD. The sophomore quarterback has been spectacular. New career high for rushing touchdowns in a game.
And he's going to need 1 more to get this thing going into overtime. One more, 2-point conversion, or 1 more for the tie in overtime, but not done yet. Can't be resting on the career day.
We talked about you and your role in special teams in college and the NFL, Jason. Now, if you're a player on the Army side, what are you thinking about in terms of placement of the ball and grabbing it?
The most difficult thing here is really for the receiving team, because the Army, the kicking team has all the free reign to run and just blast the receiving team here. So while the ball's up, you're trying to concentrate on the ball, but the players for Army are trying to concentrate on you and knocking you down to make sure you can't get to the ball.
All right, here it comes. It's going to be Carlton, not Campbell. Matt Campbell handles the long kickoffs, but the onside kicks are Alex Carlton. He is set up.
They got 12 guys out there.
Now they have 11.
That's going to help.
A minute 13 left. Army's got to have it. Ball's up. Ball's recovered. Evan Rodriguez, big tight end of Temple, a no-doubter. He smothers it, and the Owls now can run it out.
Please set the game clock to 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Every second counts.
Adjusted to 110. And Matt Brown back on the field to cap off what has been a spectacular day for him. I told you about those big games he had in the MAC last year. 172 against Ohio, 156 against Kent State. This is a new career high for him today.
Yeah, and you really can't say enough about the job Al Golden's done with this football team.
Set the game clock to 1 minute and 112 seconds.
All right.
Every second counts. But you really can't say
enough
about the job he's done. We talk about this senior class here. You know, their first couple years, they've won 1 and 2 games. I mean, and to be down by 2 scores and to look kind of defeated there in the third quarter, the opening drive, that 7-minute drive we talked about, and to fight back and keep coming and keep coming. He's definitely turned this program into a winner.
Not going on a knee. Instead, it's Brown who's diving forward, adding to his total. 4 rushing touchdowns of the day and a timeout call here by Army. And a minute 7 to go in the fourth quarter. Now 1 play stoppage remaining in the game for the Black Knights. Brown has had himself a day. 222 yards. Jason on the ground at 4 scores.
And just this is what I'm talking about, running low with your pad leveled low. You can deliver the blow, then the speed. You give him a crease, he's going to find his way to the end zone. You've got to bring him down. He's a little pinball. The stutter step in the hole to create the space for Steven Anderson. Then this final one is just a dagger, just to cut back up the middle of the football field into the end zone. Great vision. And he does a good job of staying behind those blockers, those big offensive linemen, and waiting for things to develop. He doesn't get too quick to get to the edge or get to the middle. Just be patient. The hole open up and then hit it, and he does that.
Quarter by quarter. Love that breakdown. 84 yards in the fourth after being completely shut down in the second.
I mean, Army had to figure it out in the second.
Just think if he had a few yards in the second. We've got a 300-yard game here. Brown again, met by Travis. Timeout again for Army, their final timeout of the game.
Timeout, Army.
Mike Gann on the timeout.
So Army will fall to 3-2. Black Knights are at Tulane next week. 3:30 Eastern start. You and I are back here on October 30th against VMI. The team they played last year, Jason. Really tight game. We saw the Keydets out of the football championship subdivision give Army quite a game.
You know, when you look at the schedule, other than this, North Texas 24-0, a lot of their games are close. With their ability to run the football and control the clock, they also minimize the opportunities the other team has to score. And they've done a good job of taking advantage of opportunities. They've got 35 points here. But they're always going to be in, I shouldn't say always, they're generally going to be in close games. Which makes it exciting for the fans, probably not so much for Coach Rich Ellerson.
Third down. Army out of timeouts. Brown looks for the final dagger. Anderson and Mike Gann send it backwards short of the first down. Temple, of course, let this clock roll here. As they try to put away Army. Bernard Pierce watching back on campus in Philadelphia can relax. His team's going to win this game. His ankle will be fine and healthy perhaps for Temple's next game at Northern Illinois to resume Mid-American Conference play for Al Golden.
And what a dynamic 1-2 punch they
have.
have.
In the meantime, a superstar is born here.
I mean,
timeout Al Golden.
You got Jones over 200 yards. You got Pierce, who's there starting. You got Pierce, who's their starting running back. To be able to throw those two guys, and they're completely different runners. One's a little bit bigger, a little more power, and Matt Jones, a little pinball.
There's an interesting shot there. Al Golden on his left, Matt D'Onofrio, defensive coordinator. On his right, Matt Rule, who was the offensive coordinator. All three played at Penn State. Now, if you're thinking ahead to when Joe Paterno finally retires, isn't that possibly a brain trust for Penn State?
Absolutely. You see, what he's done, the job he's done at Temple here, and turning them from just a doormat, to that bottom 10 in FBS to a winner. I mean, they went to their first bowl game last year in forever, and they're back at it again, 4-1 this year. So if you can turn something, and remember, he's competing up there in the Northeast with everybody else, with the Penn States and the West Virginias, and all the other teams that take the players out of there. And he's done a great job of finding diamonds. You see those diamonds on their helmets, finding diamonds in the rough, turning them into players, and creating a winning program.
Acres of diamonds, big theme at Temple. I mean, a laughingstock would be an understatement. For decades at Temple, not anymore. On fourth down, Stewart turns the corner, does have the first in the final moments here with only 11 seconds left. He managed a good game today. Early struggles with his accuracy, but they hit some big pass plays when they needed it. The halfback option play helped, and that will do it. Temple, without Bernard Pierce, will win it to move to 4-1. Army drops to 3-2.
Absolutely. Great job by Temple today. Just fighting back, coming back, scoring the 29 unanswered, and getting themselves a chance to win this football game and ultimately winning.
Coming up next, Cornell at Bucknell. For Jason Sehorn, Chris Passy, and our entire CBS College Sports Network crew, I'm Dave Ryan saying so long. For scores, highlights, features, and more, go to CBSCollegeSports.com. This has been a presentation of the CBS College Sports Network. Big win for Temple. Tough loss for Army on Homecoming 2010. We welcome you to the stunningly beautiful Mid-Hudson Valley and the United States Military Academy, just 50 miles north of New York City. The Military Academy, which has produced the Army's top leaders, along with football national championships and 3 Heisman Trophy winners. It is time for college football at historic Michie Stadium. It's the 86th year of Army football here. Now, for the first time in 2010, Army is set to take the field here at West Point, New York. For the Cadets, coming in with a 1-0 record after knocking off Eastern Michigan last weekend. They'll take on high-scoring Hawaii out of the WAC. It's only the second ever meeting head-to-head between the Black Knights and Hawaii. Beautiful and historic Michie Stadium, set for college football again. And a tradition before each Hawaii game, sophomore linebacker Pai Palamalu leads the haka dance. Hello again, everyone. Welcome to another great season of Army football here on the CBS College Sports Network. Great to have you with us. Dave Ryan alongside Jason Sehorn, former star defensive back at USC. And Jason, you and I met with Rich Ellerson, Army's head coach, dating back to last year. Said you guys can't wait to watch Jared Hassan play. Fullback, transfer from Air Force, couldn't play last year, had to sit out. Played last week against Eastern Michigan, had 3 touchdowns.
Jared Hassan would be like a Christmas present that was unwrapped, sitting in your living room for a year. You know exactly what it is, but you can't touch it. Well, Army finally got to unwrap that Christmas present last weekend against Eastern Michigan, and Hassan did not disappoint with 3 touchdown runs. In this triple option, you've got to have a viable threat at all 3 options. They now have that with Jared Hassel.
And that last touchdown run came with 38 seconds left to wrap up Army's win in Ypsilanti last week against Eastern Michigan. Now we talk about Hawaii, and Bryant Moniz is their quarterback. Against your alma mater, USC, he helped light up the Trojans. 588 total yards of offense last week.
He's that perfect quarterback for the run and shoot. Sits back there, takes a shotgun well, can read the entire field, knows exactly where to go with the football. If things break down, he can run. But his biggest threat is the fact that he understands the offense, doesn't take sacks, and has mobility. The only problem with that mobility, he's got to learn how to slide. This big hit he took last week against SC put him out of the game. Who knows what might have been had he finished the game.
Hit hard there by Michael Morgan of USC, was knocked out. Told us yesterday at the walkthrough he felt fuzzy after that hit, but now, after 9 days rest, feels 100%. He's ready to go. Well, for the second straight year, we're pleased to be joined by a cadet sideline reporter. And this week, it's Andy Nicholas, a senior out of Pittsburgh. Andy, what's the feeling like amongst the Corps after the big win last week over EMU for Army?
Well, the Corps of Cadets have been buzzing with excitement all week long. Beat Hawaii Spirit banners have been hung up all over the barracks area. But the most exciting moment came Thursday night during Spirit Dinner when senior linebacker and two-year captain Stephen Anderson addressed the Corps of Cadets, and he asked them to come both pumped up and loud. So the Corps of Cadets responded with a positive uproar, and I'm excited to see what kind of emotions that they bring to the game today.
Andy, thank you. Stephen Anderson and the Cadets ready to start year 2 of the Rich Ellerson era here at Army. Coach E, as he's known to his players, taking on his alma mater today. In the 1970s, Rich Ellerson played linebacker and was a starting center at Hawaii. He had 3 different stints there as a coach. Married in Hawaii, 2 of his children were born on the islands. It's the first time he's faced the Warriors as a head coach. And Rich Ellerson knows about how far Hawaii had to travel for this game. Nearly 5,000 miles. Not only the longest road trip in the FBS this year, the longest since Army went to the islands in 2003 and lost badly to Timmy Chang in Hawaii that year. That was the only prior meeting. Now, the Hawaii players took a red-eye from Honolulu on Tuesday night, landed in New Jersey on Wednesday, and Coach McMacken and his team have been in the East Coast region and the Army area since then. It's year 3 for Coach McMacken, a defensive coordinator for ex-coach June Jones, who's now at SMU, for that 2007 magical run for the Warriors, 12-0, led by Colt Brennan, en route to the Sugar Bowl. Today's telecast on the CBS College Sports Network being brought to you in crystal clear high definition. Army has won the toss, defers, and Hawaii will receive here. Matt Campbell will kick off. The cannon fires, and we're underway. The 2010 season. Royce Pollard will return here for Hawaii. Looks for a seam to the 18-yard line, or he's sent down. That's where the Warriors will take over, 1st and 10. Let's take a look at today's quarterback profile, brought to you by 5 Hour Energy. It's Bryant Moniz. Told us yesterday, Jason, he's ready to go, taking on Army here today.
Yeah, he's focused. He's had a whole week to prepare. The one thing he's got a quick release. He doesn't take sacks. He's mobile. We talked about that earlier. And the attitude. He understands what it takes to play the quarterback position in the run and shoot.
Saw some numbers. Bryant Moniz up to White. Rack up 459 passing yards against USC a week ago Thursday in their season opening game. First play from scrimmage. Moniz is throwing. Quickly brought in, and a catch made by Hawaii's Kealoha Polaris, one of their top players. Today's Geico difference makers. First offensively for Hawaii, Jason.
You got to start with the wide receivers. Greg Salas, he can run all the routes, make all the plays. Great hands, huge size for a wide receiver in the run and shoot. Polaris, here's another, out of the backfield, can catch the ball well. He is deceptively good at running the football. They don't run it a lot, but when they do, on the draws, he finds the open seam, gets downfield.
Polaris, a big game as we saw against USC last week. He's a senior at 5'10", 205 pounds. Throwing here, Polaris has another one. 35-yard line, first down. Stephen Anderson makes the tackle. Defensively, had 10 tackles against Eastern Michigan in the season opener for Army last week.
The key for Army is just going to be understanding the concepts and how Hawaii is trying to attack them. Josh McNary has got to create pressure on the quarterback. He's got to get in the backfield. Linebacker L.B. Brown, he has to be able to get everybody set up, put people in the right positions, there's no way that you can be in the wrong position and succeed against this offense.
Go difference makers offensively for Army. So first down, 9-yard pickup. Moniz throwing again. Greg Salas has his first catch of the day. He's wrestled down after a short game there, picked by Donnie Dixon, the Sam safety for the Army defense. Top of the screen, you see the starting lineup for Hawaii, ranked number 3 nationally in passing offense last year, 337 yards a game, 14th overall, 437 yards. A year ago, this team can run and shoot and score. Pick up a 3 on the first down play. Bryant Moniz. Ready again. Again passing. Over the middle. Ball brought in. Greg Salas. At the 48 of Army. That'll be a first down. Antoine Aaron bumped him out of bounds.
What you saw there was pretty interesting. Army's going to have to bring some pressure. They can't sit back and just allow Hawaii to attack and pick them apart. They've got to take shots. Pick your points, but you've got to make the quarterback feel uncomfortable in the pocket. There's no way you can just let him sit back there without getting hit and beat around a little bit.
Antoine Aaron, who was held out by coaches, precautionary measure last week due to the leg injury at Eastern Michigan, makes the play there. His first tackle of the 2010 season. First down, Hawaii. Moniz, a lot of time, too much time. Throws over the middle, pass incomplete. Looks there for Rodney Bradley, the senior from Dallas, on the post route. Had a step or two on the defense of Army.
These strengths and vulnerabilities are kind of comical this week because they're mirror images of each other. Obviously, Army's going to be able to run the ball and stop the run. Hawaii's going to be able to pass the ball and stop the pass. That's what they practice. That's what their skill set and their personnel is built to do. These two teams, I'll tell you what, the weakness of them, whichever weakness is more glaring. So if Army doesn't defend against the pass, or if Hawaii can't defend against the run, the team whose weakness is the strongest wins this football game today.
First incompletion for Bryant Moniz, former pizza delivery guy, as he was a walk-on at Hawaii before earning the starting job. Throws here to Salas, who's wrestled down at the 43-yard line. L.B. Brown, the player Jason mentioned as a Geico difference maker, has the tackle there. Last week against USC, Jason, we talked about it, huge numbers. Although a lot of the stats and touchdowns were late after USC had put the game away.
Yeah, but the point is that you know that they can move the football up and down the football field. What they complained about, talking to Coach McMacken, was we've got to score touchdowns. They had 3 field goals in that football game. They felt as though if they could score the touchdowns, put the ball in the end zone, they'd have won that football game. Something
new to Hawaii's offense this year is the pistol formation. You see here, they call it the Kiko, which in Hawaiian means point or tip. Third down. Moniz throwing. Salas catching. He'll have first down and more inside the 30-yard line of Army. L.B. Brown helped upend him on the far side. Another nice pickup, and Moniz Jason early looks very sharp.
Absolutely.
Brings up first down.
Well, the Army defense will be challenged today, especially as we check our icy hot injury report. That Andrew Rodriguez, the whip linebacker and leading tackler from last year, out indefinitely, has not practiced with a back injury, could be for the year. And Nate Combs, as Army takes a timeout, out for the season. Knee surgery required after being hurt first series
same
at
position.
Eastern Michigan last week, the same position. Tough for Army. 5 D-backs in the game today, though, for the Cadets.
To lift the trophy and call yourself champion is the dream of every college student athlete.
And Georgia Southern has won the national championship.
Don't miss any of the action at NCAA.com. Yes! Your home for all 88 NCAA championships, including over 300 live webcasts, highlights, scores, stats, and more.
Gustafson wins the game and the national championship.
NCAA.com, where champions live. College football on the CBS College Sports Network is brought to you by the U.S. Army. There's strong, and then there's Army Strong. Find out more at GoArmy.com. By Travelers. Call or click now for an agent or quote. And by Warner Brothers Pictures, The Town. In theaters everywhere September 17th.
United States Military Academy, first occupied by the Continental Army in 1794. Makes it the longest continually occupied post in the United States. Congress formally established it March 16, 1802. Great part of Army football this year. It's a change. You see the Corps Cadets, more than 4,000 strong, on the far side. So you'll see them throughout our broadcast here on the CBS College Sports Network all year long. Our home games here at Michie Stadium. Adds to an already great atmosphere. 1st and 10 for Moniz in the offense. Finally a run for the first time in the game, as the carry is taken by Alex Green, the senior out of Portland, Oregon. Tackle by Steven Anderson, his second of the game for the senior captain, back from a knee injury last year against Air Force. Missed the last couple games.
2 good points there. First of all, they try to catch him off guard with the draw. Army's ready. And the second point is Steven Anderson, you can tell he's not just solely focused on the pass. He realizes there is a back behind the quarterback. Clear him first before you take off in pass coverage.
Top of your screen, you just saw the updated Hawaii drive. Moniz has been very effective. Gain of 1 by Green on the first run of the day for Hawaii. Moniz, time, throws over the middle, knocked down, incomplete. Nearly intercepted. Almost picked off near the goal line by Donovan Travis, who had an interception last week in the season opener at Eastern Michigan. His 7th of his career.
The key to this is the pressure. He wasn't able to set his feet. He wasn't able to throw the ball where he wanted to throw it because he was getting hit. A quarterback who gets hit, if you can get Josh McNary clear on the outside, if you can get him on the edge, get him to the quarterback, he's not going to be able to set his feet. He's not going to be able to throw the ball downfield.
We talked with Bryant Moniz yesterday at the walkthrough for Hawaii. He said, I know who number 44 is, and he just met him up close and personal. Big play, McNary. Coach is so emphatic about that yesterday. Got to get to Moniz. 3rd and long. Moniz time, throws over the middle, caught, and touchdown Hawaii. Brought in Royce Pollard, 26 yards on a strike from Bryant Moniz.
And I think the disappointing thing right there for Army is the fact that the previous play, they got a hit on the quarterback, had an opportunity to intercept the ball, and you come back and you get bit with a 26-yard touchdown pass the very next play. When you watch this play, you can't have false steps. You saw the cornerback with the false step, and the safety's got to do a much better job of reading the quarterback's eyes. He's sitting there high center. He's got to get there to make that hit. Might be a big game, but you can't allow him to get in the end zone.
Scott Enos comes in for the PAT, the senior. Just outside Sacramento, California. Nails it. Great start. Hawaii's offense so good against USC last week. Pollard, one of 3 receivers over 100 against the Trojans a week ago.
We didn't just add guacamole, bacon, and Swiss to a burger. We added it to a Whopper. Enjoy the California Whopper and California Whopper Junior sandwiches, only at Burger King.
Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesty, above the fruited bread of America. God shed His grace on me, and crown Thy good with brotherhood. From sea to shining sea, from sea to shining sea. From sea to shining
This is the 9th anniversary of September 11th, and it's Salute to Heroes Day. Police officers, firefighters, emergency personnel receive reduced ticket prices today. The first 25,000 fans got an American flag. We saw those young fans with them a moment ago. The Before the game, 15 first responders who answered the call at Ground Zero on September 11th were interacting with the fans. They'll also be part of a halftime ceremony. And you and I, Jason, met with Steve Anderson, Trent Steelman yesterday, Army stars, and talked about what 9/11 meant to them.
You know, and what I remember them saying was just how it motivated them. One was in junior high, I think one was in 6th grade, but the motivating factor from that point on and how it changed their lives. And I think it changed a lot of people's lives. And what I remember mostly is the togetherness of this country. And I think that's one of the cool things, just watching us all come together for one common cause.
Scott Innes kicks off here for Hawaii. Malcolm Brown from just shy of his goal line, busts through one tackle on special teams, gets across the 20. That's where Army will take over 1st and 10. First home possession of the 2010 season. As we take a look at today's quarterback profile, brought to you by 5 Hour Energy. It's Trent Steelman.
You got to think about it. Second season, so he's just scratching the surface. When you think about what he did in his first season last year as the first true freshman, led Army in rushing, the intelligence level that he has, his toughness, he makes all the throws, makes all the right decisions, can make the right throws, gets his offense in the right position to succeed. And that's the one thing the coaches are so fired up about is this year he's able to play fast because you have to think as much.
There's Brown quickly in motion back to his spot. 3 backs as usual. Triple option behind Steelman. He'll hand off Patrick Mealy's first carry. And he's hit pretty hard right at the line of scrimmage. Here are today's Geico difference makers for the Army offense. First, Jason.
First is, we talked about in the opening, Mr. Inside Jared Hassan. This is a guy that's going to open up for everybody else on the outside edge. If he can get on track and get some yards up between the tackles, it'll create all the outside running room for Patrick Mealy to get that speed on the edge of the football field. Mr. Inside, Mr. Outside. These two guys complement each other perfectly in this triple option.
Kind of like Davis and Blanchard, right? 2 Army legends.
Okay.
Steelman is throwing over the middle. His pass is incomplete. Looking there for a streaking Malcolm Brown at midfield, and Trent Steelman took a hit at the end of that play.
Now on defense, what you've got to be able to do with this triple option is to be able to read it. For Falamalu, he's got to realize which side it's going to. You can't ever guess, and you also have to hold point with Jared Hassan. You can't just take off to the edge because they could be running up the middle of the football field.
Pai Falamalu, one of the top linebackers, plays the stub linebacker position from the North Shore of Oahu. For the Warriors, Steelman on the sprint right. They like to move the pocket. Trent will keep here. 30-yard line, tries to turn the corner and lunge for the marker. Nice effort, but he's ruled out of bounds at the 32. Needed the 33 for the first down. Puokela Ahmad helped push him out of bounds for the Warriors.
Well, you know, you'd say the strengths and vulnerabilities are the very similar things that you saw for a Hawaii offense and Army defense. But if Army's going to come out and try to throw the ball 3 times, it's kind of not really going to be about defending the run. It's just going to be out guessing which offense Army's going to bring on the football field. This triple option is a 50-run-a-game offense, and right now, I think that we got 2 runs and 3 pass attempts.
Jonathan Bowles, senior, had 2 punts, 32-yard average last week at Eastern Michigan. Salas and Henry, 2 deep safeties here for Hawaii to return the punt. We've got whistles first to stop play. Delay of game.
Delay the game. Number 18 and off passes. 5-yard penalty. Repeat 4th down.
What did Rich Ellison, Army's head coach, tell us yesterday? Special teams, key. Punt game, key. Cannot have mistakes like this early in a game to compromise field position, as the coach said.
He just said that what they have to do is create long field positions. When you have the opportunity to pin Hawaii back, when you have the opportunity to make them operate on a long 80, 90-yard field, you've got to take advantage of that. And right now, moving yourself 5 yards back isn't exactly taking advantage of that.
Bowles' directional kick, side of his foot, and it angles out of bounds. Going to give Hawaii very good field position. So Rich Ellison after the penalty, then that bad punt all the way to midfield. That's where Hawaii gets it next.
I'm Gino Borchardt. I love the TCU Horned Frogs, and they play in my backyard. I currently hold 11 season tickets. That includes my in-laws, my wife, my children, my sister-in-law, my sister-in-law's boyfriend. We have a family friend who was trying to plan her wedding, and I told her, if you get married during the football season, there's a good chance that I won't be there. There's a reason that God made the month of June, and that's to get married, so you're not getting married during the football season.
National titles for Army between 1944 and 46. 7 Lambert trophies, best team in the East, and 6 Commander-in-Chief's trophies in the battle with Army and Navy. And some of the greatness led by amazing running backs on the field. Mr. Inside, Felix Stock Blanchard won the Heisman as a junior, 19 touchdowns. In 1946, Mr. Outside Glenn Davis captured the Heisman after finishing second in the balloting a year before to Blanchard. Then Pete Dawkins, the last Heisman winner in Army history, 1958. And what an honor it was, Jason, for you and I last year here on the CBS College Sports Network to spend an entire quarter on the air with Pete Dawkins.
It was pretty cool picking his brain, getting an idea of what it was like on the on the post, and just what they go through their 4 years here and then playing football, and hearing it from somebody who's been there, done that, was a pretty cool opportunity.
Bryant Moniz and the Hawaii offense back in the field. He was 7 for 9, 80 yards. The touchdown pass to Pollard on the first drive of the day. Moniz throwing on first down. Caught again. Pollard again. And he lumbers forward to the 41-yard line. He's very close to the first down. Armed Forces football is proudly supported by Scion.
This is a really important drive for Army. The last thing they can afford to do is go down 14 points early in the first quarter here. You've got to minimize the damage of that punt. That 5-yard penalty created a 35-yard difference in field position for Hawaii's offense.
Not a good punt by Jonathan Bowles. Only went 24 yards. So Hawaii again. Brain again. Plenty of room to maneuver. Upended last moment. Good tackle in the open field made by Josh Jackson. Otherwise, Alex Green may still be running. Green, the senior from Portland, Oregon, had 66 yards and a touchdown run against USC last week.
Not exactly minimizing the damage by the punt, but what you're going to see here is Hawaii's going to keep you honest. They're going to make sure you're playing run as well. You can't just pin your ears back as a defender and get up the field towards the quarterback. You've got to clear the run first. You have to, with this pistol formation with the running back right behind the quarterback, it really keeps the defense honest because the threat of run is there every single play, whereas when he's set off, not quite so much.
Gain of 15 on first down for Green. Moniz. Time. Gets around Mackey. Throws. Erzinger nearly picked it off. Incomplete at the 15. Good play by Steve Erzinger, lunging to break that one up.
There you see the mobility of Moniz to be able to escape the pass rush, create a little bit of extra time. For those of you who haven't played the quarterback position, they always tell you not to throw across your body.
2nd and 10.
So what you see here is Moniz is going to escape the pass rush, get to the outside, but he doesn't see Erzinger back there, and he does a great job just coming back across the field, knocking the ball down.
Pollard.
Eyes, got to have vision.
That's right. Players talked to us yesterday about having your eyes in the right spot. Molares along with Pollard and Salas out on that route. L.B. Brown and Dixon on coverage there. Incomplete pass to Greg Salas. Greg told us yesterday at the Hawaii walkthrough he's recruited by New Mexico and Utah, but only as a defensive back. Hawaii was the only scholarship offer to play wide receiver. Came out of Southern California, Chino, California. I think that was the right decision. He's an All-American candidate now.
I think he made the right decision there. He understands he wants the ball in his hand. He wants to be able to score touchdowns. It's the offense. Everything's about the offense. The rules are made for them. Smart kid.
124 yards receiving for South last week against USC. So far, Hawaii perfect. 3rd down conversions. They'll try again here. Moniz. Some pressure. Rolls right. Bryant Moniz feeling the heat. Throws. Has another man. Brought in Pollard outside the 10. It'll be a Hawaii first down. Royce Pollard ad-libs well with Moniz and gets open downfield, gain of 15.
This is what we talked about the defensive coaches yesterday is they're not going to be able to cover 4 and 5 wide receivers in the open field. It's just impossible for longer than 4 or 5 seconds. So if Moniz can create this kind of space and get himself some more time, the receivers are going to find an open spot. So the pass rush, they were saying to us, the pass rush has to get there and it has to keep him in the pocket. You've seen twice now where he's escaped that pocket, created a little bit more time. They don't want to let him do that.
Moniz, Jason, already over 100 yards passing. 104 yards. First down. Throws too high this time for Pollard, who's got 3 catches for 50 yards. It'll be second down. Today's Red Zone brought to you by Verizon.
You're already seeing here the last couple of times that Army's brought in pressure. It's forced some high throws, some erratic throws. It's flushed the quarterback out of the pocket. They've got to be a little bit more aggressive. You don't want to just die a slow death. You don't want to just sit there and play coverage the entire day and allow Bryant Moniz to pick you apart. Scramble around, move it outside the pocket, bring more than they can pick up, which creates some stress on your secondary to have to cover these wide receivers. But it also creates some stress on the quarterback.
4 receivers in the game now. That includes Rodney Bradley to the far left bottom of your screen. So many choices for Moniz. Second down. Bryant time throws near side. It is Bradley, brings it in. Shakes a tackle into the end zone. Touchdown Hawaii. Rodney Bradley makes the catch, makes a tackler miss, in for 6.
That's effort right there. That's just a will and desire and a want to get in there. And Josh Jackson had pretty good coverage and the opportunity to make the tackle. Just didn't make the tackle. You know, I just talked about it. You're going to play some one-on-one coverage out there, and you're going to try to bring some pressure, but you've got to make this tackle. You can't allow him to break the tackle, especially when he's only got another 10 yards to run to the end zone.
First TD catch of the year for him. Had 5 last year for Hawaii. Enos in and has the PAT. Great start for Hawaii's offense. How about this? 2 possessions, 2 touchdown passes for Bryant Moniz. As he told us yesterday in the walkthrough, I'm feeling fine after that hit last week against USC. He looks great.
Where can you find Division II's best teams?
He is the NCAA Division II national champ.
On the court, on the field, in the pool, in the classroom, and in the community. There are thousands of reasons why thousands of student athletes choose Division II. Watch them play all season long, only on CBS Sports Network.
Well, the young man in the baseball cap, number 42 for Army, unfortunately cannot play indefinitely, as we told you about. It's Andrew Rodriguez. Jason, he led this team in tackles last year, the whip linebacker spot. Back injury has put him out indefinitely. Perhaps surgery is necessary down the road for Andrew. They're not sure when he can come back. Frankie, coaches told us yesterday, and he was trying to lead on the troops a moment ago.
It's just such an unknown, they said, because they're not really sure if rehab's going to fix it or surgery's going to fix it. They're trying to, be cautious and allow him to rehab, but such a frustrating situation for Andrew Rodriguez and the Army team. And they were talking about it the other day. He shows up in uniform last week in CMU, and he's on the sideline, and he said, I feel great, I can play now. You get the game adrenaline jitters, and he's like, they had to make sure he didn't have cleats on. Like, you can wear a uniform, no cleats.
They sure miss him. Scott Enos kicking off here. Going to be Malcolm Brown again inside the 15, makes 1 tackler miss, slides forward toward the 30, and he's knocked down at the 29-yard line. That's where Army will take over on its second possession of this game, already down by 2 touchdowns. Trent Steelman sporting the new Army uniform this year. Talk about some of his attributes, Jason.
We're talking about the first plebe true freshman to start at quarterback for Army. The intelligence, understanding this triple option, understanding where to go with the football and what the defense gives you. Being able to run inside and outside, but getting north and south, no lateral yards. And then when you think about the upside of him, that was just year 1. This is year 2. They say he's playing so much faster because he doesn't have to think as much about the offense.
Handing off here, Jared Hassan. The big fullback we told you about, top of the broadcast, transfer from Air Force. 3 touchdowns in his Army debut last week. Nearly 240 pounds.
Jared Hassan.
We thought about a nickname for him, maybe the Tank. Steven Anderson, team captain, said it's already done. Hassan the Assassin. It's too easy. A perfect fit for that B-back spot. Triple option offense. Power all the way. Brown in motion. Give up the middle again. It's Hassan. This time he's stacked up right away. Von Mehatunga. Kanila Toipuloto in on the stop defensively for Hawaii.
Getting tested early with the phonetics, aren't you?
Ready. Already. Last week, Jared Hassan, the sophomore from just outside Milwaukee, Wisconsin. 12 carries, 68 yards, 3 touchdowns. The last came with only 38 seconds left in the game against Eastern Michigan on the road in Ypsilanti. 3rd down. Steelman. Option look. Open for that marker, and he's going to be stopped short again. Nail at the 37, needed the 39 of Army for a first down, and it'll be punt time for Jonathan Bowles, unfortunately, here for Army fans, already down by 2 touchdowns.
And so far, Hawaii is doing a great job of protecting the perimeter of their defense and not allowing them to stretch the edge and get them misaligned with their flow coverage and their pitch responsibilities.
Jonathan Bowles the punt again. First kick, only 23 yards. His dad, Herman, a 1978 West Point grad. He's come back to be an instructor as well. Jonathan was born here on post. Much better punt. Beautiful kick. Spiral. Henry stumbles. Was the knee down? No. But he's certainly down inside the 10-yard line. Drilled downfield by Carson Hami. A long snapper and backup defensive lineman. Hami, one of the top students on this team. Coaches tell us he is a Rhodes Scholar candidate.
Call that a much better product.
Great kick.
You got
49 yards this time.
You got him pinned inside the 10-yard line. Now you've created this long field that the Army coaches were hoping to create to force Hawaii to make passes all the way down the field, because they're going to try to keep the ball in front of them, but they want them to have to do this 10 or 12 times down the football field, not just 2 or 3 from the 50 in.
Right, Hawaii offense back on the field. They are 2 for 2 so far on touchdown drives. Flags fly. Moniz lost the ball briefly, and he and the offensive line quickly back on it. We've got a penalty coming, and we will get the call here. Up front, Mike Gann, senior defensive tackle, applies some pressure.
Like McNary jumped the gun a little.
Offsides. 44 the defense. 5-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
Tom Zamorsky, our referee today. ACC crew, you are correct, sir.
And just another situation where you've got basically a sack, a 5-yard loss, and now you'd be lining up playing second down, and instead it's 1st and 5. These are the kind of mistakes the coach was saying. They say they can live with them, the aggressive penalties, lining up offsides, whatever. But I think in scenarios like that, they're going to change their mind.
Now, this is not the offense, Jace, you want to give extra opportunities to, or a shorter drive potentially. Moniz out of that pistol or the Kiko formation. Has some time, throws over the middle, brought in Bradley. Nice catch in traffic. Outside the 20-yard line, first down for Hawaii. Josh Jackson makes the stop defensively for the Cadets. Let's take a look at today's Scion key matchup.
When you think about it, for Hawaii, Brian Moniz has to make all the right reads. He's got to put the ball like there in the spots where it's supposed to be. And Steven Anderson has to get his defense lined up. He's got to put his guys and make sure they're all in the right positions so that there are no seams, so there are no open spots out there. As the leader of the defense, you cannot have a discombobulated group out there.
Anderson so confident after the knee injury last year against Air Force, knocked him out. Chizi Demude gets his first carry and he's going nowhere. McNary helped put him down. Great defensive pressure by Josh McNary up front.
And so far what we've seen here is when Army decides to bring some pressure, when Army wants to blitz or bring more than they can pick up, they've had success. You see here, they bring 2 people up the middle. They try to run into it. Army does a great job of reading it, making the tackle, getting a big loss. The only instance where it hasn't worked for them is on the missed tackle. Other than that, even there, they were in position. So I think we're going to see a little bit more pressure from Army as the day goes on.
Good pressure there as well by Christopher Swain, junior defensive tackle out of Oswego, New York, not far from Syracuse. Loss of 12 on that play. So 2nd and 22. Hawaii's pass. Bradley again brings it in on the quick slant. Gets drilled. Hit hard in the open field by Jordan Trimble, the senior from just outside Washington, D.C. Older brother Jeremy, the all-time leading receiver in Army history, gain of 7.
And here you're going to see just a simple in and out from the 2 wide receivers in the slot. They're going to go ahead and set a pick, a rub route. South will come out and block. Trimble coming up, making the good open field tackle. These tackles, you pay a price for them in the 3rd and 4th quarter. As receivers, if you continuously take hits like that, you're going to be a little bit slower, a little bit more dinged up as the game progresses. If you allow them to run out of bounds and just get hit from the side or whatever, they don't feel those quite as much.
Hawaii 3 for 3 here. 3rd down conversions. Moniz. Here comes some pressure. Moniz is going down. He's sacked. McNary got there first. Josh McNary, all-time leading sack master in Army history, has a big one.
And once again, pressure. And they did something different here. They lined up Josh McNary on the left side of the football field. He's been on the right side the entire morning here. And all of a sudden, they put him on the left, bring the pressure. what you're seeing right now is success from Army bringing more than Hawaii can pick up. Why? Because they're doing a good job man-to-man coverage in the secondary.
8 tackles last week at Eastern Michigan. Alex Dunecki gets the punt away, almost blocked, angle to keep it away from Josh Jackson's reach. And out of bounds, right along the Hawaii bench. Good field position for Army at the 46 of Hawaii when we come back to West Point, New York.
AIDS treatments can have serious side effects, and many infections are drug resistant. If you think you don't need to protect yourself, you're dead wrong. CBS cares.
Trent Steelman, quarterback for Army, the sophomore, who has left plebe status after finishing his freshman year. We had a nice meeting with Trent yesterday. So pleased to have moved past the first year onto his sophomore season.
Do you remember when we asked him what it was like? His eyes lit up. He cracked a huge smile. It was like just a weight had been lifted off his shoulder, that he was no longer that plebe and that he didn't have to address everybody as sir and colonel and sergeant and everything else on post.
Trent keeps here and he's buried. Not much there. Vaughn Maetunga makes the tackle. Let's go back down to cadet reporter Andy Nicholas for more on Trent Steelman.
Well, I talked to Trent Steelman earlier this week, and I asked him how much playing quarterback has helped him define his leadership in the Corps of Cadets. And surprisingly, he told me that, he's just another sophomore down in the Corps. He runs the offense here on the field, but his leadership hasn't quite taken a foot yet.
And he's 2nd and 9 here after the 1-yard gain. End around play, carried by Brown, and he's tripped up outside the 40-yard line of Hawaii. 3rd down coming up. Jason, getting back to Andy's point, what do the plebes have to do? You got to address everyone on the way by. Make sure that you say beat Hawaii or whatever the theme of the week is.
Whatever the theme of the week is.
Garbage.
When you pass somebody,
laundry,
you've got to address them. You got to wake up in the morning. You're their alarm clock.
Oh boy,
so you got to stand in the hallway. So he said he had to be ready, dressed with his room all completely clean, and then wake everybody else up. Yeah.
3rd and 4. He would say 5 minutes in a very loud monotone. 5 minutes until the time to eat. This is Brooks on the end around, and David is absolutely smacked. Nothing doing at all offensively for Army on this drive.
Right now, Hawaii is doing a great job with their defensive line of getting off the ball. When you see Hawaii and the ball snap, they're firing off and getting into the backfield of Army's offense. And what's interesting, Dave, is we talked to these coaches, and they were praising their offensive line as being just the solid strength mark of their football team. And so far today, they're getting beat up a little bit.
They sure are. Loss of 5. Kamala Umu makes the tackle defensively for Hawaii. End of the first quarter. It's all Warriors. The long road trip looks good for Hawaii early.
Behind the wheel, there is no such thing as a small distraction. A public service reminder from the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgeons, who would rather help keep your bones strong than put them back together. Speak out against distracted driving at decidetodrive.org.
On May 22nd, the residents of Joplin, Missouri suffered the nation's deadliest tornado in 60 years. Now is our time to answer the call.
I'm Jamie McMurray. Join me in support of my hometown, Joplin, Missouri, during this tragedy. You can support by giving to the Convoy of Hope at their website, convoyofhope.org, or by texting the word convoy to 50555. Make a difference. People are counting on our help. Thank you, and God bless.
Starting last year, Army head coach Rich Ellison had his players wear a certain patch on their uniforms. This year it's on the shoulder with a brand new look of the Army uniform. There's Josh McNary with his. Today it's the 25th Infantry Division, nicknamed Tropic Lightning, headquartered in Schofield Barracks, Hawaii. Light Infantry Airborne Aviation Units formed in 1941, activated just before the Pearl Harbor attacks, defended Honolulu and Ava Beach after that, and have seen action in major military confrontations in the past.
Ball was out of bounds.
Punt there is out of bounds. Steven Anderson, star linebacker and captain, is back for Army. He talked to us yesterday about the knee, how it feels.
Knee feels great. I'll tell you what, being back on the field is just, it means so much to me. And, I mean, hopefully you can tell me by the way I play if it feels great or not. So I just fly around to the football with my boys.
You know, what was interesting is talking to him, we talked about Trent Steelman and his leadership in the Corps Cadets and on the football field and how they don't translate. The same thing for Steven Anderson. He actually had to take the semester off because there's no way you can fulfill your duties as a cadet and rehab at the same time.
Hawaii takes over here. Jason will shuffle past to Green, and he's got some room to maneuver. Alex Green across the 25 to 30. Chugs forward. L.B. Brown finally puts him down at the 35-yard line. Big pickup, 23 yards for Green. Army thinking pass, and Hawaii catches him flat-footed.
Here you'll see, this is Army, or this is Hawaii with a sharp pencil. They realize McNary's getting some pressure, and they're not able to block him. So what they do is they just allow him to get up there, the little shovel pass underneath him, and the back's out the gate. The one thing you want to do is, if you have a weakness, use it to your advantage. Create plays that allow Army to get up the football field, and then use that to their disadvantage.
Hawaii coach Greg McMackin got to be pleased early with how the run shoot is clicking. Moniz throwing on first down, another completion. Brought in Bradley again, and he's got plenty of room to maneuver. Mike Gann came in, nearly hit him late, all the way to midfield. Gain of 15 yards for Hawaii's effective offense here. Bradley is lighting up the Army D.
There's two things here you're going to see here. The first is when you're playing man-to-man, this is the problem. Right there, 31, he's not even going to see the ball being passed. The outside receiver is going to come in. The block's going to go outside. Let it roll. And as a DB, you've got to have a little bit of vision that he could have picked that off. The ball really went right behind his shoulder pads. He was in great position, but that's the problem when you play man-to-man is you don't have great vision on the quarterback. You have great vision on your man.
First down. Hawaii marching again. Steve Anderson, by the way, is out of the game right now for Army. Maybe that leg is not feeling so great. Souse makes the catch in traffic and lunges forward close to first down yardage. He needed the 41. Is very close to that. Jordan Trimble put him down after another nice pickup. It looks like to me, Jason, this is a technical, surgical operation. Hawaii is just picking apart the Army defense.
Well, if you can't create pressure on that quarterback, we've talked about this a lot so far in the first quarters. If you can't create the pressure, they're going to pick you apart. But if you create the pressure, now you got to play man-to-man coverage. So you pick your poison. Right now, I think Army's best bet is just to go ahead and try to get in the face of Brian Muniz.
Anderson has returned to the game. Kingsley Ahee was in for him for a couple of plays. Second and short. Moniz throwing. Near side, another catch. Made again by Polaris. Kealoha Polaris, a senior from Oahu, Hawaii. Gain of 8. He is an outstanding talent. He had 5 catches, 176, and 3 touchdowns against USC a week ago Thursday.
The Polaris has got that ability to make people miss. When he's in the open field, and he's like a running back coming out of the backfield. He lines up on the outside, but he's got the running back ability, the ability to cut across the football field, do all the things that they tell you not to do, run backwards to get more yards forward. But he makes things happen after the catch.
First down, Hawaii again. Whistles, blowing flags fly. False start, going to go against the Warriors. Back them up 5.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of rotation now by the Army defense.
Offense, number 51, 5-yard penalty, still first down.
So left tackle Austin Hansen, junior from Southern California. He told us yesterday at the walkthrough for Hawaii, the fit coming from SoCal, perfect for him. A lot of Californians go out to the islands to play their college ball.
You live by the beach, you go to the beach. It's not a bad transition for you.
Yeah, he said life couldn't be better. Are you kidding? 85 degrees about every day in Honolulu.
No complaints in Hawaii.
First down again. Moniz throwing deep. Salas has it at the 20. Greg Salas upended. On a spectacular hit in the open field by Josh Jackson, but not before a huge pickup again for Hawaii. Gave him 22 more yards, and Salas is having himself a day here, but we do have a flag.
Offense, number 51. 10 yards from previous spot. First down.
Hansen again, Jason. Back-to-back penalties on Austin Hansen.
Well, what you're going to see here, it's just the simple fact of Army trying to create that pressure, and they're going to bring more than they can block. And what that does is it causes your offensive line to do things they don't want to do, like hold. If you can't block a man, the coach will tell you, go ahead and hold him. Take the abuse off of your quarterback. So you see, I mean, that's a takedown. But it's like, if you're going to create pressure, you force the offense to do things that they don't want to do. You get them out of their comfort level, not just the quarterback, but the offensive line as well. Now they've got to figure out who to pick up, where the blitz is coming from.
Hansen is the only returning starter on the offensive line. Moniz throwing deep ball. Looks deep downfield. Polaris has got it. Touchdown, Hawaii. Kealoha Polaris. 48 yards, another touchdown for Hawaii. Third TD toss of the day for Bryant Moniz.
This is just pitch and catch. You know, if you're right here in the slot, you're just going to run down the sideline. They're going to right there. Bad eyes by Josh Jackson. Josh Jackson had his eyes in the backfield watching the quarterback. He assumed and thought that Muniz was going to throw the ball to the flat. He didn't. They ran a little simple, hitch and go. The hitch by the outside guy, the go by the inside guy, and bad eyes caused that touchdown.
Scott Enos has the PAT, and what a start for Hawaii. Remember, it is 6 a.m. That was the game time, start time in Hawaii.
Who's serving up a big breakfast this weekend?
And an endless buffet with a juicy steak.
Only Golden Corral will include steak for breakfast. It's on our endless weekend breakfast buffet, still for one low price. And join us Monday, September 5th for Labor Day breakfast.
From Iraq and Afghanistan, our brave warriors are coming home, wounded. Some with wounds you can see, some with wounds you can't see. Wounded Warrior Project was created to support our men and women coming off the battlefield. Please help carry these warriors the rest of the way home. Get involved at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Hawaii coach Greg McMackin told us this week, Jason, he thought this might be his best team at Hawaii. This is year 3. He took over from June Jones after that great run in 2007. He and the Warriors have been aided, though, by some mistakes from Army.
That punt right there cost me 35 yards because the previous one was down to the 15-yard line. I wouldn't really call that a mistake, but you've got to be able to make the plays when you have the opportunities. And the tackle on the outside by Josh Jackson, when you have an opportunity to make a play, you've always got to make it because you always end up getting burnt or beat on the very next play. Earlier in the game, Army had an opportunity to get an interception. They dropped at the 5-yard line. The very next one was a 26-yard touchdown pass. When opportunities present themselves, you've got to take advantage. Otherwise, the score is 21-0.
Not the reunion-type game. Rich Ellison, who played and coached at Hawaii, who was married, 2 of his 3 children born on the islands, wanted to begin this game. That's for sure. Enos kicking. Malcolm Brown at the goal line. Tripped up outside the 20-yard line. About the 25 or so. That is where Army takes over. It's 1st and 10 line being brought to you by Golden Corral.
This is where Army's offense has got to get on track. They've got to be able to create a little bit of time management. I mean, the key for them has always been they run the ball and they control the clock, keep their defense off the football field. That hasn't happened so far. Right now, this offensive line is getting manhandled at the line of scrimmage.
Brown starts in motion. Steelman, little counter give. And a run taken First time in his career by Raymond Maples, the freshman from Philadelphia, getting some action here. Did not have a carry in the season opener last week against Eastern Michigan. Stopped by Richard Torres. Gain of 11. And finally the chains move for the Black Knights.
The chains move, and more importantly, you create a little bit of confidence for your offense. I mean, when you look at the total yards right there, 230 to 30. 30? That should be a series.
First down of the day, Jason. There's Cobbs in motion. Handoff, it is Hassan. And Jared Hassan from just outside Milwaukee to the 42-yard line. Now, Jared originally did verbally commit to Army. There was a coaching change going on. So he decided to go for Air Force at the last moment. Never played it down in Colorado Springs for Troy Calhoun. Realized a couple of weeks into his tenure at the Air Force Academy, he made a mistake. New coaching staff, Rich Ellerson, came in here. He wanted to make the transfer.
You know, sometimes that happens when you're 18 years old and you're making a decision that's going to affect the next 4 or 5 years of your life. You know, you allow the coaching changes and the moves like that to influence you. He really wanted to be at West Point, and he realized that West Point was the place that he was going to get himself to.
Steelman pitches. Patrick Mealy has it across midfield. First big run of the game for Patrick Mealy, the senior from outside Washington, D.C. to the 46 of Hawaii, gain of 13.
And right now what you're seeing here is just a little bit of misdirection. They're doing some things to slow down that defense of Hawaii. What you have to do is just freeze them, you know, pop the handoff to the middle, make the middle linebacker freeze for a second, then pitch it. You don't necessarily always have to take the quarterback to the edge. Throw the ball out there to the edge and allow that guy to get there. You want to get your slot backs to the outside of the defense.
On first down. Fake, Steelman throws. Brooks brings it in, David Brooks. A nice catch at the 30-yard line. Gain of 16 for the junior from Newburgh, New York. Only 20 minutes from the academy here in New York State. His second career start.
Now, that was interesting. We were talking to the coaches about Steelman's ability to throw the football, and they said, you know what, you'd be surprised how well he can really throw the football if he can get his feet set. A lot of times we've got him rolling out of the pocket, he's throwing on the run, but if he can get his feet set, he's really an accurate passer, and so far, you know, we've seen a little bit of that in the first 2 games.
Only Brooks' third career catch and first of this season. Hassan, the assassin, rumbles forward, close to the 20-yard line, down to the 22. Gain of 8 on that run by Jared Hassan. 6'3", nearly 240 pounds.
You get the sense that there's a little bit different attitude right now out there on this Army offense, most notably in the offensive line.
Coming here from West Point and Michie Stadium, Dave Ryan, Jason Senior, our cadet reporter Andy Nicholas, senior out of Pittsburgh. Great to have you with us here. Hawaii has dominated Army so far. 3 touchdown passes, Bryant Moniz, the Hawaii quarterback. Play goes up the middle again. Shy of the marker. Jared Hassan, another carry. Now, Jared had 3 touchdowns, Jason, last week against Eastern Michigan. First time that an Army running back had 3 touchdowns in an opener since Josh Holden did it in 2002. So an immediate impact for Jared Hassan.
You get a sense as you see these first times that under Rich Ellerson, there's going to be a lot of first times in quite some time. They've really done a lot to improve the first down, improve the attitude and the morale of this football team to make them believe they can go out there and compete with these guys. If they do what they're being asked to do, they'll win, but they've just got to execute.
Brent Steelman.
You know, it was interesting. We were talking to Rich Ellerson last year. He was on a 3 or 4 year plan, and he was surprised that so many of the guys, the sophomores, juniors, and seniors bought into this program so quickly. He's like, this is a 2-year plan. We should be able to win now.
Saw Coach Ellerson signaling the offensive play. It's something new here. Steelman keeping a moment ago for the first down. Counter give, nothing doing there. Immediate stop by the freshman linebacker George Daly-Lyles. Nails Mealy for a loss. So Jason, getting back to what Army's doing now. Ian Shields, offensive coordinator, up in the booth with us. He'll call the play, and for the first time in his tenure here, now Rich Ellerson is going to signal in the play. And you can see that he's got signals going to Trent Steelman, and then it goes on from there.
And Ian said it was great for him because he can call the game plan he wants to call. And he said if Coach Ellerson decides to second-guess me, he's got the ability to do it right there. And he said for the most part, they've been together for about 7 years now. That doesn't happen a lot, but he said it really frees him up just to call the game plan he wants to call, knowing the coach has the ability to overturn it any time.
On second down, Hassan the carry, barrels forward. Trip up after a very short gain there. Nailed by Corey Paredes, the Buck linebacker. A junior from the island of Oahu.
On the carry.
Third down coming up here for Army, and look at the Corps Cadets, nearly 4,000 strong on the far side in a brand new seating position. Looks great on TV.
Just looks
helps
great
the
for
atmosphere.
us. We can see them before they were below us. You couldn't really get a feel for how many they were in that sea of white. This third down's big for Army because they don't want to have to settle for a field goal. You're down by 21 points. You know, against that offense of Hawaii, the last thing you're going to do is a little timeout. Is catch up with field goals.
Timeout. Army.
Timeout called by Army. We got 2 left, first half. 21-0. Warriors have a lead.
This is huge for Army for multiple reasons. First, to get that core back into the game. You know, I mean, right now they're a little bit deflated. They're just watching this going, wow, 21-0. And the other thing is, gives your offense that confidence. Okay, we can score touchdowns against them.
Got to punch it in here if you're Army, no doubt. Big play, third down. Brown, the motion man. Hassan carries, hurdles, tacklers, lumbering forward toward the 9. That's what he needs for the first down. And he looks to be half a yard short. Corey Paredes has his 5th tackle of the day.
And you got to assume
Hawaii.
It's a 4th down, and we're going. You're down 21-0. The last thing, you can't kick field goals and catch up. Touchdowns are the only thing that's going to help you in this game.
And Rich Ellison clearly is going to go for it. So a big play right in front of the Corps Cadets. See them top of your screen.
There they go.
Now they're making some noise. 4th and short. Brown back to his position to the left of Steelman. Trent keeps. Will have the first down. Lunging forward to the 6. Chains will move, 1st and goal. Army, and the Corps responds.
And Army really needed that, not just the first down, but just that whole sequence of events right there. The big 3rd down play to get them 9 yards, then the 4th down play to get them a couple. Gets the crowd involved. Now they're in scoring position. They've got to do something to build a little bit morale for themselves as well as the Corps. And as a running team, come on, 4th and 1, you've got to be able to convert those.
No doubt about that. 5 carries, 16 yards for Steelman. Saw the first couple drives on the day for Army not effective. This one much better. So 1st and goal. Steelman. The keep upended very quickly. Hit there by Brown. Aaron Brown, the junior from just outside Tacoma, Washington, the first to get to Trent Steelman.
And Hawaii is doing a really good job of clogging up the middle with their two tackles and linebacker. I mean, they're not allowing them to get a lot of stuff up the middle of the football field. If they do some misdirection, some midline option, they've got an opportunity to get those linebackers out of position and then get up in there. But just a straight running play up the middle hasn't really been that successful today.
All defense, Greg McMackin. In his years leading up to his first Division I FBS head coaching job. 2nd and goal. Handoff. Running left. Running in the end zone. Malcolm Brown. Touchdown, Army. Cannons. Resounding thunder across Lusk Reservoir. And several members of the Corps Cadets on the field for some push-ups. First home PAT try of the year, Alex Carlton. He's got it.
Alex Carlton is good.
21-7. Some much-needed momentum. Much-needed push-ups here at West Point. Browns in for 6.
When we decided to televise my sports talk show, I wanted to try something different.
Yeah, that's right. It's a dancing disco hour with Timmy B.
I tell you what, we're just going to do my sports show.
Ow, get off. I can't.
From exploring Europe to conquering X Camp, From building homes for the homeless to kayaking in Alaska with whales. Girl Scouts today offer so many incredible opportunities. The only problem you'll have is deciding what to do. So, what did you do today?
The NCAA and DonorsChoose.org are working together to put academic and athletic supplies back into our schools. And you can join the NCAA in supporting the needs of teachers' projects. From athletics to academics, find out how you can help future student athletes at ncaa.org/fundthefuture.
Today's out-of-town scores are brought to you by...
Molly, thanks so much. Looking forward to that report. Get some great analysis from Brian Jones in our New York studios.
Surveillance system.
Horizon halftime report coming your way. Rich Ellerson and Army must be pleased with a nice drive, capped off by Malcolm Brown's first career touchdown, Jason, of any sort. He started last year as a top
defensive back
for them. Got hurt, didn't play much in 2009, but boy, after that plebe season, injury-free, effective now.
Yeah, they've moved people all over this football field. Kingsley, he was their slot or B-back last year. Now he's playing linebacker. But what they've done is they've found athletes to put in positions to be successful.
Matt Campbell kicking off here. Hawaii on the return. Big run back. Sampson is finally knocked out of bounds at the
Lewis Walker on
40-yard line. 30-yard return. Trent Steelman talking to us yesterday about how important leadership is in the Army huddle.
First and 10 for Hawaii on the 41.
Just the overall voice I have, the command that and the trust that I felt through 12 games of last year. You know, I think there was a point last year when they were like, okay, this kid can make some plays, and now it's, yeah, we know he can make plays. We know he can come through in the clutch, and we know and have the confidence in him to get us in the right play and win games.
Trent certainly came through in that last drive. Clutch third down conversion, helping Army to its first score of the ball game. Moniz throwing on the near side. Another completion. Polaris brings it in. Wrestled down by Dixon from behind. Rich Ellerson is out on the field, wondering about the spot perhaps, and chucks his headset. Rich Ellerson very upset. There, the Army head coach.
You miss calls like that. It's right in front of you. You can see why Coach gets frustrated. His knee just, you can see he spun on his knee. It doesn't get much easier than that for an official.
Previous play is under further review.
They will review the spot here. Just on cue, so perhaps Coach Ellerson was correct. We'll get the official ruling from our video replay official, who is up with us in the booth. The question is where that knee went down. Clearly, Polaris slid down first, right in front of Coach Ellerson. And it should have been marked.
Clearly throwing the headset tells.
Emphatic reaction by Coach E, as he's known here on post.
Right out of the chute and in. Simpson scored!
A national title for Hawaii Pacific.
The equalizer! Dreams get Stanford within one. They'll go for the goal and get it.
Same game, different attitude. Women's sports.
Do your home projects take forever? Time is money. And switching back and forth between drill bits and driver heads takes even longer. Stop wasting time. Bo Ryle's here for the halftime drill driver. The innovative new way to drill, flip, and drive in only 5 seconds. You'll never have to change a bit in the middle of a job again. Halftime works with the tools that you already have, making them better than before. Watch. Just select 2 different size bits, drill your pilot hole, flip the pivot arm, then drive in any screw, nut, or fastener. It takes the hard work out of any job. And you can go from drilling to driving, Phillips to flat, any combination for any task. Avoid split wood. This countersink creates recessed pilot holes for professionally finished results. Halftime is perfect for do-it-yourselfers, contractors, even first-time fixer-uppers. Save money. The breakthrough, our patent-pending swivel head that flips and locks, giving you precision performance from drilling to driving in seconds. Even this time-consuming project that normally takes days to build was completed in half the time. Sound those wedding bells. Changing bits on a ladder can be difficult and dangerous. With Halftime, it's so easy. You just flip and you never drop a bit. During my introductory offer, you get the Halftime drill driver for only $19.95. I'll even include 4 different Phillips heads, 4 flat, and 4 drill bits, no charge. Call now and receive this durable carry case, perfect for the utility drawer or toolbox, free. But I'm not stopping there. Call or click right this minute and get a second complete set free. Just pay separate processing and handling. That way you can share one and keep one for yourself. Yep, you get it all for the low, low price of just $19.95. Call now.
To order Halftime drill driver for $19.95 plus processing and handling, call 1-800-750-1772 or log on to gethalftime.com.
Certainly appears as if Army head coach Rich Ellerson and his staff have a pretty good argument in this case. Let's check it out. Now, Keylora Polaris makes the catch for Hawaii. The knee's going to go down right about there. When it touches right there, that's where the ball's got to be down. No further. He was given a few more yards, as we'll see from this look higher up.
Well, the official right there. What's he seeing? That's the entertaining part.
Standard text messaging rates apply. Service is not available to all carriers.
Well. And then you see Rich, he's there, the extra official. I'd say that's pretty emphatic.
Fans on the athletics group tickets are great.
So that should be overturned. It takes indisputable video evidence for the review to overturn the play called on the field. But I think that's pretty clear cut. It should back up Hawaii a few yards. Change it roughly to a 2nd and 6 or 7, depending on where the official spot is.
I always love when you discuss the official review. The word should is always included in there. There's a whole lot of arbitrary, deliberation going on.
Get one now. Attention youth basketball players and coaches.
Rich Ellerson said to us yesterday that the effort for Army against Eastern Michigan was good but not great last week. In a last-second 31-27 win. Several areas had to be shored up. The team was down 27-24, less than 3 minutes left. He loved the last-minute drive, capped off by the Jared Hassan touchdown run.
What's interesting is the only group they praised was the offensive line. And today, that's really the only group that up until that last drive that really hadn't played that well.
After further review, the runner's knee was down. It'll be 2nd down and 6 at the 44-yard line. Please reset the game clock to 3 minutes, 48 seconds.
Got it right. But as he spoke, he said, I think we got a little bit confident. We believed we were, better than what we were, and that we were just going to show up and win the football game. We had to go out there and play. And fortunately for us, we got a lot of learning mistakes in a W instead of a lot of learning mistakes in a loss.
So at the 44, it is in fact 2nd and 6 here for Hawaii after the review. From the pistol, or the Kiko as they call it. Bryant Moniz. Here comes some pressure, gets away from Mackey. Gets away from another Army tackler. On the move, throwing drop. Polaris at the 42, incomplete. Keylora Polaris would have had a lot of room to run if he had grabbed that pass.
This is really what we're talking about in the opening with Muniz, is the fact that he can escape and avoid the pass rush. You see multiple Army defenders coming at him right there with opportunities to get him down. Josh McNary, who's obviously the greatest sack master in Army history, had him in dead to rights in the backfield, but Moniz has got that escapability. And you see now, he wants to throw the football. He looked like he had the edge to turn and run, but he's like, I'll get the ball downfield to my receivers and let them make some plays.
Hawaii 3 for 4 so far on 3rd down conversions. Moniz feels the heat. Moniz running. Midfield and more. 1st down, Hawaii, all the way to the 44-yard line of Army before Marcus Hilt finally tracked him down. Bryant Moniz can motor A dual threat quarterback.
And this is the frustrating thing for Army. They're going to bring all the pressure up into the middle of the football field here, and that's where Muniz is going to escape, is in the middle of the football field. If you're going to bring pressure, at least make him go outside and go wide. What Army's doing, they're doing a great job of flushing him and trying to create that uncomfortableness in the pocket, but they've got to keep him there or contain him. And right now, with that escapability, he's getting himself past the line of scrimmage.
Pick up of 12, first down for Hawaii. Steve Erzinger just missed him, Jason, a moment ago on that sack drive. Flag flies. Down goes Moniz. Mike Gann, the senior defensive tackle out of outside Atlanta, Georgia. Flag is down. His dad, Mike Sr., starred offensive lineman at Notre Dame, played 9 years in the NFL with the Falcons. Mike grew up around the NFL locker room in Atlanta and has said to us he just loves playing college football. Wants to enjoy every moment of this, his senior season.
Just a motor, one of those motor guys. You know, one of those guys, you play defensive line, it's a thankless position. Most of the time they just ask you to tie up linemen so the linebackers can make plays or so the defensive ends can create all the glory with the sacks. So when you get up there, you've got to have a motor, just keep pushing, keep pushing. You think about it, the offensive guards for this team are close to 300 pounds. They've got him outweighed by 40, 50 pounds. We've discussed this in previous games. Is Army doesn't lend itself to 300-pounders. You know, just the responsibilities of the cadets. You can't exactly be a 330-pounder and survive, you know, here on post.
Face mask. The offense, number 63. 15 yards from the previous spot. First down.
Left guard Bryson Jinlack, senior from the island of Oahu, is the guilty party here.
This is the tough one here. You know, you've got an opportunity to have 2nd and 19 or 1st and 25. They went with the 1st and 25. But you saw the grab just real quick on Mike Gann, ran right through it. The frustrating thing right there is Gann loses his sack.
So Mike Gann had the face mask interfered with and still made the play. That's impressive.
Still got there.
The senior from just outside Atlanta. So 1st and 25. They'll take the penalty. Moniz, swing pass. Green has it. Alex Green stumbling forward toward midfield, knocked out of bounds by Steven Anderson. Armed Forces football is proudly supported by Coke Zero.
These swing passes for Hawaii's offense is kind of like the toss sweep in a normal conventional offense. It's just something to get them 4 or 5 yards, get to the outside, and because they use such quick guys like Polaris and in their backfield and on the outside edges, they've got people who can make people miss and with that top end speed to get them downfield.
Just over 2 minutes remaining here in the first half. Mouse Davis, by the way, the architect of the run and shoot, is on the Hawaii staff. He's an assistant. The run and shoot so effective, and not this time. Josh McNary, another sack, his 2nd of the day. Mr. Sack at Army gets it going again.
If you're going to run the run and shoot, you got to protect your quarterback. If you can't protect your quarterback, you can't get the ball downfield. So far, we've seen Josh McNary in the backfield the good portion of this first quarter, or this first half. Here, another play, just coming from the outside, making the tackle this time, securing the tackle, not allowing Muniz to get outside of him.
Loss of 11. The coaches told us yesterday on the defensive side. Co-coordinators Payam Sadat, Chris Meelan. There's no excuse with this type of offense. Josh McNary's got to get to the quarterback, pin the ears back, and make a tackle, and did that. Big play. 3rd and forever here for Hawaii. Moniz just lets it go deep downfield. Looking there for Salas, incomplete. At the 25-yard line. Steve Erzinger, among many deep on coverage. Richard King involved offensively as well.
And when you create that for your defense, these long 3rd down situations, granted the face mask played into that, but the sack, you create unmanageable situations for an offense to try and get a first down. 3rd and 20, 3rd and 35, they don't have many of those plays in their playbook.
Flags down. Alex Dunaki kicking to Josh Jackson. Pinball around and sent down outside the 20 to 22. There is a marker down on the field. Dunaki is from Australia. Was discovered in Las Vegas at a kicking camp by Hawaii coaches. He played Australian rules football growing up and is a licensed surfing rescue officer in Australia. Not many of those in the FBS, I think.
illegal formation against the kicking team. The penalty will be added at the end of the run. First down.
And Danaki had said that there's a lot of kids over there right now in Australia learning to kick so they can come over here and translate into the football game, the American football they want to play.
Where can you find Division II's best teams?
He is the NCAA Division II national champ.
On the court, on the field, in the pool, in the classroom, and in the community. There are thousands of reasons why thousands of student athletes choose Division II. Watch them play all season long, only on CBS Sports Network.
Welcome back to the premier leader development institution in the nation, United States Military Academy, on a spectacular early September day for college football. This first and 10 line being brought to you by Golden Corral. 52.2 seconds remaining in the half, just to clarify.
Not exactly the situation Army's offense is built for, but we'll see what they come out with.
21-7 Hawaii, thanks to Bryant Moniz with 3 touchdown passes. He has been very effective in this game. Malcolm Brown scoring for Army. First career touchdown run for him.
First and 10 for Army.
And the Cadets will get it back here, sporting the new unis. What do you think of the new uniforms this year, Jason?
I like the look. I like
me too.
The script. I like the gold piece on the shoulder. The fashion-forward look.
Army in the front, West Point on the back. Steelman's going to keep. Trent Steelman, sophomore quarterback, looks for the 30. And out of bounds he goes.
Steelman gets
was also close to personal foul, drag him down by the back of the jersey like that.
7-yard gain. Lametris Davis makes the tackle.
Smart to let
senior
go.
From Portland, Oregon. Yeah, got to watch that horse collar tackle. That's 15 yards automatically. Davis 3 tackles in the season opener in Honolulu against USC a week ago Thursday. Lost that game 49-36. Matt Barkley tied a USC record with 5 touchdown passes against Lametris and the Hawaii defense. Steelman thinking pass, now run, nothing doing, Barry.
I think they're pretty content just to let this half run out. You know, when you're down 21-7, the people at home probably want to see Army come out there and chuck the ball around and try to get themselves in the end zone. But when your offense isn't built to do that, the last thing you want to do is create some kind of interception or fumble or get your quarterback hit and you give Hawaii another opportunity to score. Just minimize the damage. It's 21-7. Let's go in. Let's lick our wounds. Get to the grease board. Fix the problems. And move on.
Final seconds ticking away here, and that will do it for the first half of play from West Point and Michie Stadium. 21-7. Ritz Ellerson and Army down to Hawaii, his alma mater. He and Trent Steelman plenty to work on. At the half, down by 2 touchdowns. After a break, we'll send you to New York, where Molly Karam and Brian Jones are standing by with the Verizon Halftime Report.
I'm Gino Borchardt. I love the TCU Horned Frogs, and they play in my backyard. When we bought this house several years ago, bought it so we can be close to the stadium. When you're rooting for TCU, usually they're having to overcome great odds to compete at such a high level. It's a fantastic experience. Go Frogs! I've been to Rome. I've seen the Colosseum. There's nothing better than to wake up in the morning and see that right outside your porch.
Armed Forces Football on the CBS College Sports Network is proudly supported by Scion. Built by Scion, but made by you. Scion, what moves you? By Coca-Cola Zero. Real Coke taste and 0 calories. And by Golden Corral. Help yourself to happiness.
Beautiful look. Hudson River. United States Military Academy. Now, some of those mascots, they are mascots of their company within the United States Military Academy. They are the guy in green and the banana and the
So it's not. So what you're telling me is it's not a secondary mascot?
They are plebes. Freshmen, they've got to do that. Highlights, first half. Jason, let's break it down. All Hawaii to start as Bryant Moniz, very comfortable, picked apart the Army defense.
All Hawaii, really all Bryant Moniz. When you think about it, the throws he made in between the coverage of the Army defense, the mobility he showed in the, obviously making the defender miss there, but the mobility he showed in the pocket to escape the rush, and just more importantly, running this offense, just getting themselves in a position. But what I will say, though, is at the end of that second quarter, Army really turned it on, offensively and defensively. It doesn't look like on that stat board. When you look at it, obviously, Army should win the rushing yards, and it should have been maybe 150 yards. They're not going to win this football game rushing for 83 yards a half. 150 will get it. The other thing that's really shocking there is this time of possession. I mean, you wouldn't think that Army would win the time of possession battle by over 3 minutes. But when you don't have the ball or you can't get first downs, that's what happens. But I think what we saw there at the end in the second quarter, with the way Army's defense played Hawaii and stopping them his last couple times, and then offensively moving down the field and scoring, it's hopefully for Army's sake, it's a better indication of what's going to happen here in the second half. And for Hawaii, you know, I'm sure they went to the grease board to try to figure some things out as well.
For Greg McMacken, head coach at Hawaii, guy on the left there in the headset. Scott Enos will kick off. Army to receive the second half boot. Malcolm Brown, Brian Cobbs, RD. Gonna be Brown at his 1. Malcolm, who scored a touchdown in the first half, running, breaks a tackle across the 30-yard line. Nice run back, Malcolm Brown to the 32. Let's go back down to our cadet reporter, Andy Nicholas. What do you think has to happen here, Andy, in the second half for Army?
Well, in the second half, look for the core of cadets to start responding to the big plays by Army as they really motivate the team here down on the field.
Bridget Torres on the tackle.
Andy, it's so important that the core in its new position across the field from the Army bench really get some momentum and energy going for the home team.
You know, it's that chicken and the egg, which comes first. Like, do they get excited before a big play, or they need a big play to get excited? So hopefully this kind of stuff right here will get them going.
Good start. David Brooks brings in the pass from Steele to the 45-yard line. Pick up a 13, first down for Army. Nice sprint right pass play. As we talked about yesterday, Jason, with Ian Shields, offensive coordinator, Army, they like to move the pocket because the offensive line not as big as a standard Division I team.
No, they're not going to do any 5 or 7 step drop backs. So they're going to usually get Trent Steelman on the edge. And Trent even said it's much more difficult to throw on the run. You know, it's harder for me. I was a drop back quarterback in high school, so he's got to adjust to that as well. Get his feet set and make sure that he can deliver the ball on target.
Bowling Green, Kentucky, was a star in that state through 55 touchdown passes in his high school career. This is a different offense led by Jared Hassan. The big B-back rumbles across midfield to the 48-yard line. Pai Falimalu makes the tackle. Difference makers. Jason, let's update our fans on what's happening.
You know, we talked about this early in the game, and so far they haven't got on track offensively. They've not been able to get Hassan there. That was a nice run, but offensively in the first half they were not able to get him on track in the middle. Patrick really didn't have anything going on the outside. On the defensive side, they didn't really have to do anything because their front three have controlled the line of scrimmage up until that last drive that Army had. The defensive line for Hawaii has done a great job of controlling the line of scrimmage and just bottling everything up.
Steele is thrown. Fires. Complete. Patrick Mealy brings it in. Nice catch right in front of the Hawaii bench to the 39 of the Warriors. Pickup of 11, first down.
And a nice play selection here, too, because you take Patrick Mealy from the backfield, you swing him outside wide, get the defense thinking that's a little something in the middle. You know, when you bring when you bring running backs from the backfield into the pass routes, a lot of times it's the responsibility lies in the linebackers, and their eyes are in the backfield trying to stop the run, not cover running backs going out for passes down the sideline.
One catch, 19 yards for Mealy last week on a wheel route type play. Hassan carries, and Jared Hassan again keeps on trucking inside the 35 of the 34. There is a flag down. Armed Forces football proudly supported by Golden Corral.
Offsides, defense, number 90, 5 yards from the previous spot, still second down.
Elliot Purcell, senior from Eba Beach, Hawaii. The guilty party for the Warriors there. So 1st and 5 here now for Army from the 34 of Hawaii. Such an important drive here, Jason, to begin the second half for the Cadets.
Huge morale booster because they've gone into halftime. They've already seen they can be successful. They've obviously talked about what they didn't do right and what they need to do in the second half. And to come out here in this first drive and start producing and moving the chains and getting their offense on track and getting positive momentum for their offense. And more importantly, collecting first downs like that.
It's a really nice carry on first down.
You know, if they can get this game back into a manageable score like a 21-14, it gives this whole team and the core hope because, you know, they know that their defense can go out there and stop Hawaii's offense because they've proven that the last couple series of that first half.
Gain of 7 there. Tackled by Kavika Ornelas, the senior from Oahu. Most of the players are from the island of Oahu. Some from Maui. Brown in motion. Passing the carry, nothing doing. Stopped right away. He was smacked there by Mana Silva. A free safety.
That's one of the frustrating things about this offense sometimes watching is, you know, they do keep running the ball inside. And I talked to Coach Rich Ellerson about that. And I said, sometimes, why do you just keep running the ball inside if nothing's there? He said, for the simple fact that it keeps the defense honest. We've got to show it consistently so that they always keep their linebackers in the middle of the field to stop that. If we don't, then they start just cheating to the outside.
Silva, one of the top players in the WAC last year, had 6 interceptions. Steelman on the pitch. Comes near side. It's Maley. Tiptoes the sideline. Where did he step out of bounds is the question. He's marked at the 18. Spencer Smith for Hawaii is down and hurt. Warrior trainers will come over to take a look at Spencer Smith, the senior from just outside Atlanta. Gain of 8. Just underway second half. Army, good looking first drive. Things not looking good though for Hawaii defensive back Spencer Smith.
Oh, hello there. I'm the Italian from Rules of Engagement, and you're watching the CBS Sports Network.
Remember when
Welcome back here at West Point. Just underway in the second half, 21-7 game. Spencer Smith, Jason, still being looked at. And as you know from being a defensive back in the NFL and in college ball at USC, this could be a big loss for them. Smith, the senior, had an interception against Washington State last year. Career high 12 tackles against Idaho. Here's another look at what happened to Smith.
Just gets chopped down. It's just, you know, as a defensive back, you know, when you're out there running, your vision is on the running back. And a lot of times the receiver comes up to block you. And they don't always block you up high because they don't have to. They come down and chop down at your knees like that.
Looked like on the replay that he jammed his right wrist hand, and it looked pretty serious. And anytime you see the pump out, that's a mobile cast This could be a very bad injury for Spencer Smith, possibly. Had 7 tackles in the season opening loss to USC in Honolulu last week, and he's going to be up. As you can see, the right arm is being immobilized, and that's not good.
No.
Never is. So they'll lose Smith. Richard Torres, the junior from Oahu, is the backup.
You'll see right here on the left side of the screen, right there.
Watch him fall.
Just the...
Right there. That was the last time.
Yeah,
that was it. That was it. He got up and then tried to get involved in the play again, and that's where he fell awkwardly on that right arm and wrist. So Smith out. Torres, a former walk-on, and the junior, whose dad is the head coach at Kahuku High School, won back-to-back state titles, will replace him. Richard, an all-state performer as a senior in high school. There's some great high school football in the islands. Very competitive, and you see some great athletes all over the country, in the mainland and in Hawaii, playing college ball.
Do have some talent over there. And they do a great job of keeping their homegrown talent. We were talking to Coach McMacken about that, about, you know, the homegrown talent, is it difficult to keep? He said, yeah, I mean, there's some schools that come over there try to poach them away from us, but we feel like we've got a pretty good reputation with our kids and able to keep them homegrown and in-state.
Jason, busy day in the CBS College Sports Network. We have Army here head-to-head with Hawaii, 21-7. Cadets are driving after that. We're off to Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium to see Ricky Dobbs push for the Heisman Trophy. Can he win it? So we'll go head-to-head with Georgia Southern. Then the 7:30 Eastern game. Tell you more about that in a moment. Mike Leach makes his debut on our air. NC State UCF from Orlando. Here on the CBS College Sports Network, our first triple header of the season. Can't wait to hear what Mike Leach has got to say on a regular basis. Should be very interesting. Wolfpack Knights tonight.
That'll be fun to listen to Coach Leach.
You're going to want to watch for Russell Wilson, great quarterback, Jason, of NC State. 400 total yards last week in their season opener.
It's not a bad way to start the season. And coach speak. There's nothing better than coach speak.
First down, Army. Brown in motion. Hassan to carry. Jared Hassan rumbles in. Touchdown, Army.
Jared Hassan, the touchdown run. That's another precision strike by Army, presented by TJ.
First of the day, fourth of the year for Hassan the Assassin. 16 yards out. Carlton the PAT. Cannons firing from across Lusk Reservoir and here inside Michie Stadium. And how about Army? At one point, dominated by Hawaii. Right now, thanks to Hassan, back in the game.
That leaky roof will cost you thousands in repairs. And gushing gutters can destroy your home's foundation. Hi, Phil Swift here for Flex Seal, the easy way to coat, seal, and stop leaks fast. Just a quick shot and Flex Seal instantly fills cracks and holes, stopping the toughest leaks while remaining completely flexible. Flex Seal is actually liquid rubber in a can. Flex Seal is perfect for all your home repairs and covers easily. Now that's a beautiful seal that will last a lifetime. This powerful stream penetrates deep to create a bendable barrier that's totally waterproof. Flex Seal is perfect for roof repair and basement leaks. It's like a handyman in a can. This super strong rubberized coating is unaffected by weather. In extreme heat or cold, Flex Seal keeps its hold. Finally, it's easy to seal AC drip hands and stop leaks or drafts around windows. To show you the amazing sealing power of Flex Seal, we replaced the bottom of this boat with a screen door and covered it in Flex Seal. After a day on the water, not only does it stay afloat, but the inside is completely dry. Flex Seal is perfect for skylights, appliances, RVs, and so much more. Don't call a repairman to fix leaks and water damage. That'll cost you thousands of dollars. You can get Flex Seal right now for just $19.99. Flex Seal's new advanced formula is guaranteed to coat, seal, protect, and stop leaks fast. But wait, to make this the most amazing offer on television, we're going to double your order and send you 2 large cans of Flex Seal. just pay additional processing. That's twice the sealing power for only $19.99. Here's how to order.
To order Flex Seal, call 1-800-592-6631. That's 1-800-592-6631. Or order online at getflexseal.com. Call or click now.
Don't like your Clarkstown Army.
Jared Hassan has been a savior here at Army. Since the transfer from Air Force, they've waited for him to become eligible. Had to sit out last year after the transfer from Colorado Springs. Has a touchdown here, has 4 on the season. Another look at that run.
You know, it starts here with Malcolm Brown on the outside. Just a little misdirection. They're going to run him across. The defense honors that, and Hassan just comes off the left-hand side. See the linebackers, they start to kind of flow towards Malcolm Brown, leaves the hole open, Hassan hits it perfectly. Just misdirection. You have to do things to get the eyes of the defense to think counterproductively. You can't allow them just to play quickly. You've got to do something to force them to make mistakes, to think more.
Campbell kicking off. Sampson, the deep man, taking mine up, back ball's on the ground. It's loose. Who's got it? Sampson, a late dive. Army thinks it has it. Let's get an indication. Black Knight football.
That'll get the core up. You know, you see those pop kicks a lot from the kickers, and what they do is a lot of times they put a guy in position who doesn't normally get the ball. I mean, your up backs are usually blockers. You know, their fullbacks but they're not your skill position guys, so they're not used to carrying it or catching it. So you put them in a position like that, and this is what can happen.
Brian Cobbs jumps on the ball for Army on special teams. Huge play, fumble recovery, and now the Cadets have the ball in a short field from the 24. Only down by 7. Trent Steelman of the offense right back on the field. Far hash in front of the core, their new seating location. Handoff Brown. Malcolm trying to turn the corner, using a good speed. Down to the 16-yard line, gain of 9. Richard Torres, who's in for the injured Spencer Smith, makes the tackle for Hawaii.
And these plays these plays are successful because of the ability of the other slot back, Patrick Mealy, to get upfield and put the block on the linebackers coming around the edge. Their ability to get the linebackers on the ground, not just block, but on the ground, is what opens up these huge holes on the outside.
Hawaii trainers Jason saying Spencer Smith has a sprained elbow, doubtful to return. I'd be shocked if he comes back. Second and short. Steelman keeps. First down.
I'm shocked he's only sprained.
For now. That's the initial diagnosis. Down to the 9-yard line. It'll be first and goal here for Army. And it seems like a long time ago Hawaii had a big lead in this game of 21-0, and Bryant Moniz was picking apart the Army defense.
It's safe to say whatever they did at halftime, or actually whatever they did right there in the second quarter, that last drive for Army, has carried over here in the second half.
Pai Malu, fourth tackle a moment ago for Hawaii. Still first and goal here for the Black Knights. Brown in motion. Passing the carry, and Jared is tripped up. Good play defensively again by Aaron Brown. First to get to him.
This is always where it gets a little bit difficult, that 7 to 9 yard range, because they don't really throw that much, so that's not a huge option for them. And the field condenses, so the 11 defenders, or the 9 in the box, can really condense on the line of scrimmage and bottle this thing up to where there aren't quite as many holes or gaps to run through.
If you're thinking pass, there is no player on the current Army roster that has a touchdown catch in his career. Not one. So it's a run. Steelman, bottle up. Short King, just shy of 5. Correa makes the tackle. Malu involved as well.
We were talking about that earlier, all these firsts in quite some time. So it'll be somebody else's first. This Rich Ellison era is going to see a lot of first in quite some time. Done a good job of really turning this program around here in about a year and a half time.
Rich Ellison, who's now handling the signals, the quarterback Trent Steelman new this year, halfway out to the huddle to make sure the quarterback has the right call. This is big. Third down and goal here for Army. And Steelman doesn't like what he sees from the Hawaii defense and wisely calls a timeout. Got to avoid the delay of game penalty there.
Yeah, you don't want to create a longer field for yourself.
Big possession continues for Army.
Text messaging can be a silent killer. When driving a car, keep your eyes on the road and your hands on the wheel. Don't text and drive. CBS cares.
Today's Red Zone being brought to you by Verizon. 21-14 game. Second ever head-to-head meeting between Army and Hawaii. First ever at Michie Stadium. Last time, 2003, they met. Hawaii rolled the Black Knights 59-23. Set a school record for offense, Jason, 741. Wow. Timmy Chang went wild with almost 400 yards passing.
It's half a mile.
That's right. Different story here today. Off a timeout, big play. Army. Steelman keeps. Steelman didn't get there. Tracked down along the sideline. Aaron Brown. Great play defensively. 4th and goal coming up. Field goal.
And I think Coach Ellison's hands are tied a little bit. He sees Steelman. He's a little dinged right now. Something's wrong with his shoulder, looks like. So the last thing you want to do is put your quarterback out there in a big 4th down situation if he's not completely, capable of running the offense. A breather.
Alex Carlton will come in on a 19-yard chip shot try. Was 1 of 2 last week against Eastern Michigan. We got a flag here. It's going to be against Hawaii because they had 12 men on the field. One of the players tried to exit by the goalpost around the back of the end zone, hoping the officials wouldn't see it.
You can't do that. You got to go off the side.
So hang on a minute. This is going to go halfway to the goal line. And Trent Steelman of the offense thinking about trying the 4th and goal now.
Illegal substitution against the defense. Half the distance to the goal. Still 4th down.
Oh, boy, it changes everything here.
Absolutely, and now your quarterback's not quite as dinged. Right there, he's trying to go, but you can't run out the back of the end zone. You got to run to your sideline. That's the key there. If he'd have taken off running, they weren't in any hurry to get the ball snapped. He probably could have made it if he had just hauled toward the sideline.
So the offense back out. It is 4th and goal here. Army 1 for 1 on 4th down try. 4th and short. Movement on the front. But no flag. Now timeout for Trent Steelman. Lots of adjustments going on, and now only 1 play stoppage left for Army. Timeout will take one as well. Don't go away. Exciting 4th and goal coming up for Coach Ellerson and the Cadets.
Are you overweight? Has it gotten so out of control that you've considered liposuction or other surgery? Well, you're not alone. Many of us have simply given up the hope to lose weight.
Body fat builds over our midsection on top of the muscle underneath the skin. And over the years, it gets worse. Body fat increases from having kids, stress at work, lack of exercise, and poor diet. Now, liposuction is a surgical procedure that removes this body fat.
Liposuction surgery can be dangerous and expensive. Researchers have now discovered a capsule that helps remove this body fat and reduce your weight. It's called Lipozene, clinically proven to reduce your body fat and weight. In a major university double-blind study, not only did participants lose weight, but 78% of the weight lost was pure body fat. What's even more amazing is that people were not asked to change their daily lives. It's so easy. Just take Lipozene twice a day. That's it.
Call now to try Lipozene risk-free for 30 days for only $29.95. Call in the next 10 minutes and we'll double your order and include your shipping absolutely free.
Call 1-800-986-2750.
Please remember, Lipozene is intended only for those people who seriously need to get rid of body fat and weight. Now you can get Lipozene over the phone direct from the manufacturer. If you're ready to get rid of pounds of body fat and weight, then call the number on your screen right now. Lipozene is worth the price because Lipozene is clinically proven to work.
Call now to try Lipozene risk-free for 30 days for only $29.95. Call in the next 10 minutes and we'll double your order and include your shipping absolutely free. Remember, Lipazine is clinically proven to reduce your body fat and weight, or we'll refund your entire purchase price.
Call 1-800-986-2750. Call now.
What a big play here for Army's offense. 4th and goal off the second timeout used by Army in the second half. Brown starts in motion, sets up again, slot back. Now he moves. Malcolm Brown, the carry. Malcolm Brown, touchdown, Army!
Another precision strike by Army, supported by ATK.
Well, it definitely makes the timeout worth it.
Now Carlton out there, but whistles and flags first. And we'll try this PAT again, as Army hopes to tie the game against Hawaii from the WAC. The Warriors jumped out to a 21-0 lead in this game and appeared it'd be easy for them, but what a comeback for Army.
You know, it's a
illegal substitution against the defense. Half the distance to the goal. Replay the try.
We've heard that before, Jason.
Yeah, it's a complete turn of events when you look at the first half where a lot of things were going against Army and for Hawaii, and now all of a sudden here in the second half, it's just flipped. You know, Hawaii's the one that they're making the mistakes. They're doing the things that are uncharacteristic. You know, 12 guys in the field, illegal substitutions. I mean, these are things that the fumble on the kickoff, you've gone from, 21 up to now you had the opportunity for a field goal attempt to a touchdown, and now, a tie game by mistakes.
Carlton will try this one again. Hit all 4 of his PATs against Eastern Michigan last week. He's never missed a PAT in his Army career. Might be some concern on the Army sideline about Steelman's shoulder. He did get hit pretty hard in that try. 21-21 game from West Point. Malcolm Brown, heading into this one, had not scored a touchdown in his career. 2 for him today. Trent Steelman and the Army offense, thanks to the miscue on Hawaii's special teams, get a second chance at it and score again.
And just right now, they're doing a very, very good job of controlling the line of scrimmage, getting themselves to the edge of the defense. Hawaii is so content on bottling up in the middle of the football field that now Army's starting to take advantage of getting their speedsters to the outside. When you're on the 2-yard line, you don't have far to go. You can get when it's speed on speed, you create those angles for the running back to get himself towards the end zone. They know the wide receivers do such a good job of blocking and getting the defenders on the ground. Give Army some credit. They win at halftime. They dialed this thing in. Now let's see what they've done defensively. If their defense can continue to do what they were doing as far as bringing the pressure and creating, discomfort in the pocket for Moniz. And if this Hawaii offense has gone in at halftime and tried to figure out a way to block that and give their quarterback a little bit more time.
Coach McMacken telling us this week there is pressure for him in the Islands coming off the 2007 season when Hawaii went 12-0, won the WAC, got to a BCS bowl game. Colt Brennan's Heisman bid, a tremendous season for him. A lot of folks on the Islands impatient. Year 1 he made a bowl. He did not last year. Team finished 6th and 7th. The Hawaii exemption allows Hawaii and all opponents to play 13 games because of their travel. So Campbell set to kick off here. And what a comeback by Army. Ball blows off the tee. Not much breeze here, Jason, but apparently enough to send it off.
Those kickers, they like to put that thing in the most precarious position possible to get it as upright as they can. Doesn't take much wind to knock it off.
We'll see if we have another directional kick for Matt Campbell. Last one really paid off. Fumbled by Hawaii. Short kick again. Taken there, Demude. Chizi Demude hit by Steven Anderson near midfield. Flag is down. going to cost the Warriors some yardage. Now let's go to our New York studios where Molly Karam has an update.
During the return, holding against the receiving team, number 47, 10 yards for spot and foul, first down.
Molly, thanks. Good game there. Great game here at West Point. Home opener for the Black Knights. They have rallied to score 3 straight touchdowns against Bryant Moniz, star quarterback for Hawaii, back on the field now, and tied this game. Great crowd, great afternoon of college football from West Point. Moniz from the pistol formation. Pros brought in Bradley. And a completion. Nope, now it says out of bounds. That's what the officials say, that he could not keep his feet in. Incomplete pass.
Brian Boney's pass is incomplete.
The scoring differential by quarters is pretty key, because I remember last year continuously asking the coaches if it was conditioning or what it was, and he said, you know what, we really have to take some of the blame because we weren't as proactive as changing our offense and defense at halftime as the other team was in trying to figure out what we were doing. So you see that. I mean, they actually, led games. They were up by 7 in the first half of, the entire season and down by 60. So he just said it was on the coaching staff to come up with better game plans at halftime to adjust.
Second down, Moniz, pressure, McNair, he's got him, ball's loose, ball on the ground, picked up by Marcus Hilton, Army's ball. The defense comes through.
You know what, Dave? It's all about the pressure. We were talking to Payam and to Chris, the defensive coordinators for Army, and they said if we can get pressure on this quarterback, we're going to win this football game, because if he can't sit in the pocket and pick us apart back in the secondary, we'll win. And if our defensive backs give a pass and it was longer than 3 seconds, we blame the D-line. And right now that defensive line is controlling this line of scrimmage, getting to the quarterback. Huge play.
Third sack for the all-time sack leader in Army history, Josh McNary. Handoff. Brown again, who's had 2 touchdowns already, looks to turn the corner, dives for the pylon, but he's out of bounds. Marked out of bounds at the 3.
A little quick with the cannon.
It'll be second down. Yeah, they're still going off across Lusk Reservoir. Gotta be. Once you start the sequence, I guess you can't stop it.
That's hilarious.
And I want to tell those folks that he didn't score yet. Reload.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
And that pylon, 18 inches high, folks, is out of bounds. So you got to be inside.
Yeah, you see his left foot right there.
That ball's got to break the plane of the goal line, not including the pylon, to be in. Second down. Steelman lunging toward the goal line. His top shot runs into a wall of white jerseys. Mayatunga. Kamalu Umu up front, helping on defense against Steelman, and Trent's hurt. Pointing to the shoulder. Max Jenkins is listed, folks, as the backup at Army. He has never played a down in his career. And here he comes. He's got the helmet. It's on. He'll be coming into the game here. He's got to play at least 1 down with Trent leaving thanks to the trainer's help. That's a rule. It is first and goal, and here comes Jenkins' first ever play at Army. How about this, Jason?
On the 1-yard line. Well, it's safe to say they'll be running the football in.
Steelman hurt. We'll get a report as soon as possible. First and goal. Jenkins on his first snap. Lunging. Goal line. Touchdown, Army.
Not a bad way to get your first carry.
How about that? Cadets' first lead of the day. The junior from Houston. First ever carry, first ever snap. There goes the cannon. Carlton's got another PAT and 4 straight touchdowns for Army. 28 straight points. The new quarterback. What a start for him. It's all about the A here, Army. Touchdown, Jenkins.
When we decided to televise my sports talk show, I wanted to try something different. You're safe, little kittens. Mr. Eagle will take care of you. I tell you what, we're just going to do my sports show.
Division I student athletes have higher SAT and ACT scores than college-bound students.
The number of us receiving diplomas
is at an all-time high.
African American males who are student athletes
are 10% more likely to graduate.
Still think we're just a bunch of dumb jocks?
You need to do your homework.
There are over 400,000 NCAA student athletes, and just about all of us will be going pro in something other than sports.
There's Trent Steelman being looked at by Army trainers. Remember last year he was injured against Eastern Michigan in the opener, Jason, rib injury. And he told us yesterday when we met with Trent that he was really dinged up all year long. He never recovered fully from that. He had some off-season surgery, arthroscopic knee surgery, went home to Kentucky to rehab. And after rejoining his teammates for fall camp, said he really feels as good as he ever has physically.
Oh, when we saw him, he was a good 15, 20 pounds heavier. I mean, he had definitely put on some bulk, some muscle. He kept pointing to his shoulder or arm or something. Whatever it is, it was enough to take him out.
We'll get a report as soon as possible from Andy Nicholas, our cadet reporter today. Campbell, squib kick, going low again with it. Taken again by a Hawaii up back, this time not fumbled. It's out to the 35-yard line. We talked about scoring by quarter, how it was such a huge struggle last year. Second half abysmal for Army overall. Not the case today.
No, you know, when you look at it, it's what they talked about, kind of concentrated on a little bit, is that halftime adjustment. Not if they were up, being proactive and not standing pat with what they were doing in the first half and coming out with some new game plans in the second half, because they knew that the other team was at the grease board trying to figure out what they were doing. They didn't feel like they did a good job of that last year. This year, clearly a difference.
All right, Moniz and the offense back on the field. Last time they fumbled. Green carries on first down, out screen, rumbling, second level and beyond. Big run. Hawaii, he's into Army territory to the 48, give him 17 yards before Travis tracks him down.
And that's going to slow down that pass rush. If you can get yourself some room running the football, if you can go ahead and get your running back on track, you can create some, or you can slow down that pass rush. That's a huge hole, because right now everybody's focused on getting to the quarterback.
Kingsley A, he missed that tackle. And keep in mind, he was a running back. He was the B-back last year, and he's seen a lot of action. He's the micro-middle linebacker here in this game.
Yeah, he's been spelling Stephen Anderson every other series.
Moniz handing off to Green again. Navigates, tries to run right, slammed down. He was involved in the tackle. Here comes a flag late. That could be a face mask. And if so, it's going to cost Army 15 yards. Green lost the helmet.
Personal foul, face mask, 27 of the defense, 15 yards from the end of the run, first down.
Oh boy, that is Kingsley Ahee, the brand new linebacker, making the change for the B-back spot, penalty.
Yeah, you can see, you know, when you're new at those angles, as you start to come across and they cut back on you, you got to be careful what you reach for there.
He took his helmet off. That's beyond face mask.
He grabbed both sides of the helmet.
I'm not sure I've ever seen that before.
No face mask.
Definitely a personal foul. We're going to have to redefine that as penalty. Removing player's helmet, 15-yard, personal foul. Trent Steelman injury report, folks. Right now, Army's saying upper body injury. Not specific about his return at the moment. First down throw, over the middle, complete. Polaris has got it. Rumbling, open field, looks for the end zone, and he danced out of bounds. At the 4-yard line, it'll be first and goal here for Hawaii. Kealoha Polaris making it look easy for the Warriors.
This is pretty simple here for Hawaii. They're just going to get Polaris running. Trips left, just put him in the middle of the field. You see the rub route right there. What they do is they just try to rub the inside guy off of the outside receiver, or I'm sorry, the middle receiver off the inside receiver, and just rub the defenders off, create the separation. That way you don't have to create separation, with your running or your route. You just go ahead and let the defenders run into each other.
Big pickup, first and goal. Moniz, hands off. Green. Second effort, touchdown Hawaii.
Green ahead for 3, touchdown.
From 3 yards out, Warriors can tie it.
And that's big for Hawaii because they've been sitting there for about the last, 8-9 minutes of this third quarter, waiting for their turn to get out there on the football field, to take the ball and go right down the football field. It's got to be pretty comforting for them to know that whatever they fixed at halftime to slow this pass rush down is working.
Scott Enos in for the PAT. Bangs it through. He had 3 field goals against USC. A couple early in the game, and Brian Moniz told us yesterday we cannot settle for Enos field goals. We've got to score touchdowns, which he has been doing with regularity today. First time Hawaii has scored in this second half to tie it at 28. One time a pizza delivery guy while he was a walk-on at Hawaii. Last summer worked on Waikiki Beach, handing out surfboards to tourists who would stop him constantly and talk football. Now he's on scholarship and he concentrates on playing for the Warriors, and he's doing that very well.
He's delivering passes instead of pizzas.
I like that.
You like that?
We're working that all week.
You're doing a good job.
That's good stuff.
That's homework, baby.
Club t-shirt, a postcard from a member of their favorite team, and much more.
Played junior college football in California. And actually went head-to-head with Jeremiah Masoli, who is now at Ole Miss. Made a lot of headlines this year. Leaving Oregon, sent packing. Was ineligible, then eligible again, and played last week. And how about Ole Miss losing in the opening game?
Wow. That's what's great about college football. There's so many unknowns, especially early in the season.
Coming up next, Naval Academy, Georgia Southern square off live from Annapolis Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium. Navy hopes to rebound after that tough loss last week to Maryland when Ricky Dobbs, the quarterback, was stopped at the goal line in the final moments. Malcolm Brown, a big game he's had across the 20, and he slammed down there at the 22. Lewis Walker makes the tackle defensively on special teams.
You hear us talk about the triple option an awful lot here, and what you have is you have a quarterback, a slot back, and a fullback, and what they do is they read the defensive end, the linebacker. The defensive end crashes, then the quarterback will give the ball to the slot back. If the defensive end goes out, he'll give it to the fullback. If the linebacker comes to the quarterback, he just simply pitches it out to the slot back. If they over-pursue and get themselves out to the slot back, the quarterback cuts it up inside.
And the quarterback will be Max Jenkins. So Trent Steelman still on the bench, injured. Jenkins 1 for 1, as in 1 carry and a touchdown. First career carry. Handing off here, Jared Hassan. Tracked down right away by George Daly Lyles, a freshman from Long Beach, California. And Jason, I noticed a moment ago, Chip Bowden, who at one time was a starting quarterback here at Army, replaced by Trent Steelman. Last year, when Steelman had that great freshman season, he really was vocal a moment ago with the offensive huddle.
Absolutely. You've got to get your leaders in there. You've got to get people who are the vocal leaders of your football team, whether they're playing or not, to get people motivated. You've got to rally your troops literally around, your new quarterbacks, your new players when they come in a situation like this.
Brown, the motion man, gets it, and it's upended right away. Good tackle by Kamalo Umu, the senior, who started his career at Charleston Southern before a transfer. He's now earned a scholarship, was a walk-on at Hawaii at one time.
Cody Sia on the tackle for Hawaii.
What you have to be careful of as an offense is when you lose your signal caller, that's the stud at the quarterback position, that you don't get deflated, that you all of a sudden think that we can't do this. You got to pick your game up a little bit more. If you were already at a high level, you got to go to a higher level to overcompensate, because let's be honest, Steelman's your leader. He's the guy, he's the starting quarterback for a reason.
Third down. Handoff. Hassan, nothing doing. To the 26, stopped well shy of the first down. Elliott Purcell, left defensive end for Hawaii, makes the stop. And we talked yesterday with Ian Shields, the Army offensive coordinator, about Max Jenkins. We said, what if Trent gets hurt? And they said, Max knows the offense as well as anyone. A great backup quarterback, like another coach on the field. Now he's playing on the field.
Yeah, he's going to have to put that know the offense into execute the offense. There's one thing to know it. Knowing it's nice on the grease board and understanding, but to go out there and execute on the football field is a completely different thing. And that last series was a little conservative.
Salas deep with Ryan Henry. Greg Salas from the 31. The Bulls punts. He goes down and gets slammed almost immediately.
Salas.
Josh Jones on special teams makes the tackle for Army. There is a flag down.
Josh Jones on the tackle. Flag on the field.
43-yard punt for Bulls if it stands.
Holding against the receiving team. That's a post-scrimmage kick foul. 10 yards from the end of the kick. First down.
It certainly will stand, and back up Hawaii 10 more on the return penalty. Well, the game so far for Josh McNary. He has been everywhere, showing us why he's the all-time sack leader in Army history. Take a look at today's hilarious, razor-sharp performance.
You know, we talk about this game plan. It was create discomfort for the quarterback in the pocket. It starts with Josh McNary. He's got to get into the backfield. He's got to play on the other line of scrimmage. And what they've done a good job of doing is moving him from side to side. You've seen him play a little bit on the left, a little bit on the right. And just that speed, that upfield pass rushing mobility. And the coach are telling us his responsibility against the run is nil today. It's not on him. His job is to get to the quarterback, force everything inside, and not lose containment.
3 sacks on the day. An Academy record 12.5 sacks last year for McNary. So Moniz back on the field, throwing on first down. Salas brings it in. Breaks one tackle. Nifty play by Greg Salas out to the 33. It'll be a first down for Hawaii, gain of 12. Steven Anderson has his 4th tackle of the day as he forced them out of bounds.
You know, yesterday getting to sit there and talk with Salas, it was interesting. That's a big kid. That's not your normal receiver. I mean, he's a good 6'3", 6'4". When he's in those pads, that's just a solid-looking receiver.
Candidate for the Bolitnikoff Award, top wide receiver in the nation, All-American candidate as well. One of the top receivers in the nation last year, top 10 in catches per game and yards per catch. Moniz, time, airs it out, incomplete. Bradley, the intended receiver, but well over his head.
Way out of bounds.
Pressure by McNary to help rush that throw a bit.
Good coverage downfield as well.
That's what it takes, right?
Oh, let me tell you something. A secondary's best friend is your defensive ends. The guys that can put the pressure on the quarterback so that you don't have to cover it very long. It'd be like playing tag without being able to touch anybody. So you're out there playing tag and you're trying to mirror this guy, but you can't touch him once he leaves 5 yards.
Josh had 4 sacks in a game against Temple last year, all-time Army record single game. Lots of flags and whistles. Hawaii's offense out of sync. False start will cost them 5 here.
And that right there comes from...
False start against the offense. 5-yard penalty. Still second down.
The pressure that the defensive line for Army's been able to put on them. And they're ready to go. As an offensive line, all of a sudden now you got to get yourself back in your stance because you know this Army defensive front is coming.
10th penalty. 74 yards Hawaii. Penalized 3 times, 25 yards. That was Bryson Ginlack, left guard, guilty party for Hawaii. Anderson showing some pressure here. Second down. Moniz throws quickly. Salas drops it incomplete. Will be Brown on coverage defensively for Army. 3rd and 15 coming up here for the Warriors. Salas knew he should have had that.
Less
than a minute left in the quarter.
Tough pitch and catch, you know.
We asked Greg yesterday, anything people don't know about you? He said, I'm a really good singer. Love to sing the Drake songs. Big Drake fan. People don't know that about me. Pretty good receiver too, right?
Yeah, I'll give him the singing. I'll give him the receiver. I'll hold off on the singing.
Gotta hear him first. 3rd down, Hawaii wants to convert. Pass brought in. Bradley again, tripped up right away, good hit. Richard King, the senior from Houston, knocked him down.
And a good job by Army. They're starting to see some of the same patterns over and over again here in the second half, and they're doing a good job of reacting to it. Some of the plays that Army or Hawaii ran in the first half, like that outside in with the trip set on the left, Army's recognizing it and making the play instead of giving up a 15, 20-yard gain.
From Australia, Alex Dunaki in the punt. Jackson lets that one roll all the way inside his 10. It'll finally stop at the 6 of Army. Good punt by Alex Dunaki, sophomore for Hawaii. Grew up playing Australian rules football. Following the footsteps of Matt McBriar, 7th-year punter, also out of Hawaii, also from Australia, now with the Dallas Cowboys. He's a big star. 59-yard punt there.
A boot is a boot. If you can put it on a ball, you can play. Well, that's what's interesting about those Australian rules football guys and talking to the coaches for Hawaii. They said there's a lot of kids over there really trying to get themselves over into this game because they've got good legs and they can kick. Just a matter of can you kick it through the uprights.
All right, final moments of the quarter here. Jason Brown. A little stop and go in motion, sets up as a slot back. Jenkins still in at quarterback. Steelman still injured. Jenkins, first pass attempt of his career. Throws brought in. David Brooks has it. All the way to the 27. Gain of 20. Stopped by Jeremy Bryant. Nice start, Jenkins.
Great start for him. We're talking about a kid who hasn't completed a pass, who hasn't rushed or anything. To come into this environment, to come out here, the icebreaker was to get the ball in the 1 and be able to score. It alleviates a lot of concerns, and then you get a pass called and complete that first pass just gives you all the confidence in the world.
End of 3. Home opener. Michie Stadium on the CBS College Sports Network. Couldn't ask for a better day of football so far. 4th quarter on the way.
You're watching CBS Sports Network.
So Trent Steelman will not be the quarterback for Army again here. Jason does not have his helmet as Max Jenkins leads the cadets on the field offensively to begin the 4th quarter. And generally speaking, no helmet means no play.
Yeah. When you're not carrying it, you don't know where it is. There's no real chance of you getting in the game.
Nice fake. Jenkins keeps. Fooled the defense. Patrick Mealy looked like he had it. And that quick read by the quarterback, gain of 7. And we broke that down last year, Jason, covering the games here at Michie Stadium. The midline option versus the triple option.
But once again, this is more the midline to get themselves out to the edge. But the horse collar tackle, that's twice now that we haven't seen it called. And it's happening right in the sideline in front of the officials.
No flag there.
Nope.
2nd down. Passing right behind him. Spin and a handoff. This time it does go to Mealy. And he's bottled up. Shy of the marker. Gain of 2. Corey Paredes now has 5 tackles in the game. Paredes, a team captain for Hawaii. Former walk-on. Coaches call him a gym rat. He is one of the hardest workers on the team, and that is what earns you a captain spot. Steven Anderson, captain on the other side for Army. 2 for 8 so far. 3rd down conversion tries today for the Black Knights. 3rd and short. Jenkins keeps lunging. All the pins on the spot. It's close, but I don't think he got there.
Jenkins keeps the ball.
Gonna need a measurement here. It's close.
This is the part of football I always find interesting. You got the officials 26 yards away trying to determine what happens at the bottom of a pile.
Time for a Lexus precision measurement. He did get it. By half football. 1st down, Army. Jenkins and Ellison get together here. Now, Max Jenkins, as we talked about, never taken an offensive snap in his career. His brother Ross, a quarterback at Louisiana Tech, who started there last year.
37 coming out.
So it runs in the family. He's out of Houston. Today's 1st and 10 line being brought to you by Golden Corral. Cobb's the man in motion. Jenkins is keeping. Max throws deep downfield for Brooks. Got turned around, incomplete.
Jenkins
on the 30-yard line.
But you got to give credit to Army for taking some shots downfield. I mean, you've got to do some stuff like that. You can't just continuously run this option up the middle of the field and try the edges. At some point in time, you've got to see if the defense, the DBs for Hawaii are playing honest, if they're really, respecting the vertical threat of your wide receivers.
Cobbs split out to the right along with Brooks. George Jordan at the game. Nice effort against Eastern Michigan last week with 3 catches. Jared Hess from that B-back spot. Going to create some offensive room here for Army. Close to the 41, gain of 3 for Hassan.
Keeps his feet going.
Sometimes just about pushing that pile. Your big body, just move the pile, keep the momentum rolling forward.
Corey Paredes.
His dad, Don, a 1971 West Point grad, reached the rank of colonel. Grandfather, Don, Lieutenant 29th Infantry, part of the D-Day Omaha Beach landing. Sister Kelsey, a West Point grad, this past May.
That's some family tradition.
I tell you, with Army, Hassan's in the right place. The pitch, Jared Hassan comes near side, looking for that marker. The spot's pretty good. Should have an Army first down at the 48. James move again.
What was interesting about that play is that's one of the first times we've really seen Hassan get to the outside. He spent most of the day in between the tackles, and all of a sudden you put that big body running around the outside. You give him an opportunity to use that frame against those little DBs. Just a nice job of giving him some open space. The DBs are always going to go low on a big guy like that.
That's a great point. First time we've really seen it. You and I watched game film yesterday of the Eastern Michigan game last week. Didn't see a lot of the running outside the tackles.
Oh, they move him right inside, let him push the pile, and just pound away.
Career best 71 yards rushing for him so far. Carries this time from that traditional B-back spot right up the middle. And he's into Hawaii territory.
Jared Hassan straight ahead.
Close to the 49.
But what they're doing right now, more important than anything else, is they're controlling the clock and they're keeping that Hawaii offense on the sideline. And so far, I think they've only had 2 possessions this entire half, or 1. This entire half, so they've done a good job offensively of just keeping them throttled.
Yep, just a couple. One resulted in a touchdown. Remember the fumble on the directional kick. Second down. Mealy gets the carry, and he's put down.
Patrick Mealy straight ahead.
At times it can be a bit methodical, but you see the process and the point that they're trying to do. They, control the clock, move the chains. They set themselves up for a 3rd and 3 now. Just with the runs, these are manageable situations, and you give yourself the opportunity on 4th down if you want to go for it. And it'll probably be a 4th and 1.
Gain of 4 there. Jordan Hanohano made the tackle defensively for Hawaii. So another 3rd down try. 3rd and 3 for the Cadets. Jenkins hands off. It's Hassan who's upended, hit right away. Great play up front by Von Mayatunga, who got to Hassan first and sent him airborne, way shy of the first down, got to the 45.
Now here's where Rich gets to go ahead and decide what do I want to do, But because they run the ball so effective, or I should say because they've run the ball so effective here in the second half, they have this option now at 4th and 1. And they've got some confidence on the offensive line to know that we can get this.
They're 2 for 2 so far. 4th down conversions. Another huge play. Cobbs around the end. Cobbs, first down and more. Chains move for Army. Jeremy Bryant made the tackle. He ran away from George Daly Lyles. Gain of 9, Brian Cobbs.
You know what else we have to start talking about is the fatigue factor for this defensive line and this whole entire defense for Hawaii. They've been out here basically the entire second half. That's going to start to wear on you. And we've talked about this, the Patrick Mealy getting up there and getting the blocks, right? I mean, you could just see the huge block by Patrick Mealy to put the defender on the ground so they really have the opportunity to make the tackle.
Brian Cobbs, Jason, was a cornerback last year, had 5 tackles, moved to the slot back position in the spring. That has been a big weapon for Army this year so far.
You saw some speed, some ability, and Rich Ellison's a big fan of that, of finding guys that have athletic ability, just moving them around.
There's Jacob Boone's first carry of the season. Did not get a touch last week against Eastern Michigan. Jared Hassan was really banged up on that play where he was flipped by Mayatunga a moment ago. Hassan's back out. I just saw Trent Steelman give Jacob Boone a big high five with his right hand. It's the left shoulder that's jammed right now.
I like it, with his right hand.
And that's apparently the reason Trent cannot play. Timeout. 2 timeouts left for the Warriors. 1 for Army. Great action today from the Mid-Hudson Valley.
Hey, this is David Spade. You're watching the CBS Sports Network.
Palm it.
Army talking strategy here. 9:13 to go in the fourth quarter. A tie game with Hawaii out of the WAC. What action we've seen here today. How about the action in 2003? Only time these teams have met. Timmy Chang was a quarterback then, record-setting QB. And Hawaii just crushed the Black Knights. This was not close. 741 yards of total offense. Timmy Chang ran for a score, threw for another. Army, unfortunately that year for the Cadets, 0-13. That year, Chang led the Warriors to a win over Houston in the Hawaii Bowl in triple overtime, 54-48. 2 of the top 4 FBS all-time pass leaders, Timmy Chang, Colt Brennan. Serious numbers on the islands.
Winging it.
Pitch and catch. Jenkins, nice spin move on the keep. And Max gets himself to the 24-yard line. Just shy of the first down. He's been impressive, Jason, so far.
Absolutely. You know, when you look at it, when Ian was the offensive coordinator was talking about, he knows the offense. Well, not only does he know it, but he knows how to run it.
Gonna have a measurement here. It was very close to that first down.
We've talked about the differences of knowing and being able to execute.
Time for that Lexus precision measurement. First down, Army. Let's take a look at the United States Postal Service play selection for today. Jason, break it down for us.
Well, you know what? It's not shocking when you look at it. The Army's going to run the football 50 times. 50 times. But what's surprising is I think they had 38 yards after the first quarter. Now all of a sudden, you know, they're starting to control that clock, keep Hawaii's offense on the sideline, get back into the rhythm of what they do best, and that's run this triple option, chew up yards and chew up time.
Hassan gets the carry. You're absolutely right about that. Chewing up time, so critical. Pai Palimalu, the stub linebacker, makes the stop for the Warriors.
And you know what else is happening right now? This Hawaii defense is gassed. They've been out on the field almost the entire second half here. They're starting to get tired. It's difficult to fire off the ball as a defensive lineman, over and over and over again.
6-hour time differential. When this game started at 12 Eastern time, it was 6 a.m. on the islands. The Hawaiian kids have been here since Wednesday morning, but still a tough adjustment for them. Cobb's running right. Jumps over a tackler, and Demetrius Davis A short pickup for Army. Clock stops at 8:02. I'm with you. You want to milk the clock as much as you can. Try to score here against Coach McMackin's team.
Your best friend is the clock and the fact that your offense is chewing up yards, because if nothing else, you create a better field position for your team and you keep their offense on the sideline. And what happens is when you've been on the sideline that long, it's hard to get loose and start running routes again.
Top of your screen, the drive update. 15 plays. Look at the time they've chewed up.
7.5 minutes.
Oh, my goodness. Brown in motion. Passing the carry, wrapped up right away. And well shy of the marker, gets him to the 19-yard line. Good push up front against George Daly Lyles, a freshman from Long Beach. Dave Aranda, the defensive coordinator, who's in the booth up here with us for Hawaii, told us this week that Daly Lyles really struggled last week against SC, playing against a lot of the guys he knew from high school who play for the Trojans. The lights were a bit bright, he said, for the freshman last week. He's been better this week. Carlton tries the field goal. No good. Partially blocked Hawaii to keep us tied, 28-28. Big play on special teams for Hawaii, and they'll get the ball back. John Hardy Tala'u.
Huge play for Hawaii, because now all of a sudden you've given this team new life.
Tie game. Warriors get it back. Block kick.
Are you overweight? Has it gotten so out of control that you've considered liposuction or other surgery? Well, you're not alone. Many of us have simply given up the hope to lose weight.
Body fat builds over our midsection on top of the muscle underneath the skin. And over the years, it gets worse. Body fat increases from having kids, stress at work, lack of exercise, and poor diet. Now, liposuction is a surgical procedure that removes this body fat.
Liposuction surgery can be dangerous and expensive. Researchers have now discovered a capsule that helps remove this body fat and reduce your weight. It's called Lipozene, clinically proven to reduce your body fat and weight. In a major university double-blind study, not only did participants lose weight, but 78% of the weight lost was pure body fat. What's even more amazing is that people were not asked to change their daily lives. It's so easy. Just take Lipozene twice a day. That's it.
Call now to try Lipozene risk-free for 30 days for only $29.95. Call in the next 10 minutes and we'll double your order and include your shipping absolutely free.
Call 1-800-986-2750.
Please remember, Lipozene is intended only for those people who seriously need to get rid of body fat and weight. Now you can get Lipozene over the phone direct from the manufacturer. If you're ready to get rid of pounds of body fat and weight, then call the number on your screen right now. Lipozene is worth the price because Lipozene is clinically proven to work.
Call now to try Lipozene risk-free for 30 days for only $29.95. Call in the next 10 minutes and we'll double your order and include your shipping absolutely free. Remember, Lipozene is clinically proven to reduce your body fat and weight, or we'll refund your entire purchase price.
Call 1-800-986-2750. Call now.
28-28 game. Big block field goal. John Hardy Tuli'au, who from Southern California, Jason, he blocked 26 kicks in high school to set a state record. Jeez. Now, that incredible mark helps set up the players with a catch out there for Hawaii, and there are plenty.
Let's just call that an art form.
26.
As is, spreading the ball. I mean, getting everybody involved in your offense.
Temecula from just outside San Diego. That is just incredible. So new life for Hawaii when things really looked dismal for Greg McMacken in his third year, trying to bring back the Warriors to the success of June Jones era. Not easy to do. Moniz hands off Green. First down carry, not a lot. Marcus Hilton and Mackey involved in the tackle defensively for Army.
Marcus Hilton, the first to get there.
The difficult part now is flipping the switch. This defense and this offense have been sitting for a long time. You got to flip a switch now. You got to get back out there, get back into the rhythm of your offense and the things that you were doing defensively.
6.5 to go. Fourth quarter. 2nd and 8. Moniz, lots of time. Fires near side. Salas makes a good catch. Now it's called incomplete. L.B. Brown on coverage. Was right in the grill of Greg Salas and made sure the star Hawaii receiver couldn't bring it in.
A good job on coverage, a good job of creating pressure on the quarterback. Overall, right now, Army's really got a feel for how they want to play this offense, and they're doing a good job. The big key now is not allowing the big run or not allowing Moniz to escape the pocket and create the quarterback yards that you can't account for.
Hawaii 4-7. So far, 3rd down conversions. Everyone at Michie Stadium making noise. 3rd down. Moniz. Gann pressure past Salas. Grabs it and then got hit. Off his shoe tops, made a nice catch, but he stopped well shy of the marker. Jordan Trimble has his 5th tackle, gain of 4, punt time Hawaii.
And you can just see the confidence of this Army front four. Without bringing a blitz or any pressure, you can just see the pass rush. I mean, they feel so good. They're having such great confidence in getting by these nice little hold that it gives them life, and they just keep coming and keep coming.
Dunaki, nice punt. Jackson watches that one sail into the corner. Well, it all depends on the spot.
Yeah. Well, it looked pretty in the air.
It looked good in the air, but maybe not. How about this? Army's going to get good field position at the 44 of the Black Knights. Goes for a 30-yard punt. It was a spiral, but it was out of bounds off the side of Dunaki's foot.
Before Allegra, my allergy medicines took hours to work or made me drowsy. After Allegra, I have the only one that combines fast, non-drowsy 24-hour relief of my toughest symptoms.
Proven effective even at 8 times high pollen levels.
After Allegra, I have it all.
I'm Gino Borchardt. I love the TCU Horned Frogs, and they play in my backyard. When we bought this house several years ago, bought it so we can be close to the stadium. When you're rooting for TCU, usually they're having to overcome great odds to compete at such a high level. It's a fantastic experience. Go Frogs! I've been to Rome. I've seen the Colosseum. There's nothing better than to wake up in the morning and see that right outside your porch.
28-28 game, under 6 to go, 4th quarter, and Army's got the ball. Let's take a look at the Travelers Insurance game highlights.
Game highlights, game how we got here. It started out with Hawaii, the aerial assault at the beginning of this game. You know, there's Polaris gets you a nice touchdown pass. It's 21-0 when you blinked, and then all of a sudden, Army just turned up the pressure right there. Nice sack by Josh McNary, causing the fumble. Jenkins getting his first career carry, first career touchdown. And all of a sudden, next thing you know, it's 28-28 when you look like it was just going to be a runaway at 21-0.
Army has 36 snaps for Rich Ellis and Jason in the second half. Hawaii has 13 in the second half. How about that?
That'll wear your defense out. It also
got the ball again.
It also hurts your offense as far as, you know, just that consistency.
Thinking about running instead, Jenkins throwing. Thinking about throwing instead, he's running to the 49-yard line of Hawaii. Nice run there of 7 yards by Jenkins as Trent Steelman stays on the Army bench with the injured shoulder.
It's funny being up here sometimes and seeing the quarterback or seeing somebody do something, and you're going, no, just run it. You don't want to pass that.
He listened to you.
I think
that's
he did.
The good news.
He felt me.
6'2", 195-pound junior out of Houston. Never taken a snap until today. Steelman out. Jenkins in. On second down, Brown in motion. Handoff Mealy. Charging forward, spinning. Needs the 46 for the first down. He stopped shy of that. Gassed, very tired. Hawaii defensive front. He's got to try to hang on here. Gain of 3, 3rd and short.
And 1.
As Trent Steelman, all he can do is watch, and you can see it on his face how disappointed that young man is. He can't be out there.
You've worked all off season for these moments, and all of a sudden, game 2, you're watching on the sideline. Not exactly what you pictured.
This is why they have Jared Hassan in the game. Instead, going to be Jenkins. Keeping first down and more. Daley Lyles makes the stop.
Jenkins follows Hassan.
Along with Kenny Estes, the junior.
Wow, look at that. We were just talking about a halftime, the time of possession, and Hawaii was winning the time of possession. We were so shocked. I think it was 16-13. All of a sudden, it's 33-21.
First and 10.
Really big game in each of these teams' season. Army trying to start 2-0. First time since the 96 Independence Bowl team. Last winning record at Army. Last bowl game at Army. Cobbs carrying. Runs over one tackler. Nice second effort by Cobbs.
You just get the feeling there's some life in this Army team. That there's just this fight, this second wind or whatever it is. The second half, they just feel like they can move this ball at will. They're doing a great job of executing their offense, and everybody's picking up the slack for Trent Stillman's absence, and, including Max Jenkins. He's come in and done a fantastic job here running this offense.
Gain of 6. Torres missed the tackle. Pai Malu, the stub linebacker or the Sam linebacker, made the stop for Hawaii. 2nd and 3. Jenkins and Army moving again. Jenkins, little option look, upended. Good play by Kenny Estes, the first to get to him.
Timeout.
3 minutes left. Timeout called by Hawaii. Each team, one timeout left. Thrilling finish to come from Michie Stadium.
We didn't just add guacamole, bacon, and Swiss to a burger. We added it to a Whopper. Enjoy the California Whopper and California Whopper Junior sandwiches, only at Burger King.
Gamefly is amazing. It allows me to get access to any game I want.
Join Gamefly, choose the games you want online, get them in the mail, and send them back when you're done.
Gamefly has a huge selection of titles.
Before Gamefly, I could never play as many games as I wanted to because I couldn't afford it.
Go to Gamefly.com now. Click the joystick in the top right corner, enter League in the box, and get started with a free extended trial. And remember, you can cancel at any time. Product shown rated E through M.
There is no better deal than Gamefly, period.
College football on the CBS College Sports Network is being brought to you by 5 Hour Energy. Hours of energy now. No 2:30 feeling later.
They are known as the long gray line of graduates, including some of our nation's most famous and influential men. Dwight D. Eisenhower, Ulysses S. Grant, George Patton, Douglas MacArthur, Omar Bradley, Norman Schwarzkopf, all graduates of West Point. Greg McMacken and Hawaii, after this game, will stay in New Jersey tonight, then fly to Las Vegas. They will not go back to the islands. They'll stay at a resort outside Vegas to get ready for the next game at Colorado in Boulder. It's a long road trip.
And that timeout right there was just to give their defense a breather for this big third down. Because that only leaves them with one timeout as well.
Each team, one timeout left. Big third down play. Jenkins, broken play. Trouble, hit. Shy of the first down.
I promise you that's not exactly what they drew up out of that timeout.
Jenkins not at all. Von Meatunga, 5th tackle for the junior left defensive tackle of Hawaii. Big play, now 4th down. Short field, out of field goal range of Carlton.
You've got to, because at this point in time, the difference between the 34-yard line and the 14-yard line to Hawaii isn't that much.
So it'll be a 51-yarder, you're right, too far.
You're not kicking a 51-yard, and punting, it's not going to do you any good either at this point. Just you got to, if you can run the football, get your 4 yards.
All right, 4th down try. Big conversion attempt. Timeout, Jenkins. That was his last timeout for Army now.
That's their last timeout.
No play stoppages remaining with 2:16 in the game.
And the interesting thing is what they'll do after this timeout. They come out and still go for it, or if they punt it. But I would say go for it. 34 or 14, there's not a difference. You creating an extra 20 yards for a passing offense isn't going to hurt them.
Very special game for Rich Ellerson, Army's head coach. He started his career at Navy, and then 2 years in, summer training cruise, went to Hawaii, and he stayed there. And transferred to become the starting senior center eventually. He was also a linebacker at Hawaii. Then defensive line GA, a grad assistant in '77. Came back to be the defensive line coach, outside backers and special teams. Love that picture of Coach E in action. And eventually the DC defensive coordinator as well at Hawaii. He recruited Ken Niumatalolo who played quarterback in Army, the head coach at Navy. And after Navy's tough loss to Maryland last week, he called Coach Kent up and said, I would have done the same thing with Ricky Dobbs. 4th down, late in the game, going for the win. I would have tried for it, not the field goal.
And look at him right here. Late in the game, 4th down. He doesn't even have Ricky Dobbs, and he's doing the same thing.
He's got Max Jenkins in there for Steelman.
You got a team that runs the football. You have to believe in yourself and your team that they can get these 4 yards.
All right, huge play, Army. Jenkins hands, now pitches. It's Mealy, turns the corner, has the first down for Army. Patrick Mealy grabs it to the 29, chains move, gain of 5. Escorted out of bounds by Walker. What a conversion by the Black Knights.
And what a great job of having patience by Max Jenkins. He paused. You watch him, he comes to the line of scrimmage. He just hesitates for that moment, and that draws the linebacker and the defensive end to him and then pitches it out the last minute. I mean, for a guy who's never played in a game, you'd never know by watching what he's doing so far here in the second half.
And they are now within the range of Carlton, who's long in his career is 51 if you're thinking field goal for Army now. Jenkins and Army thinking touchdown. He's swamped right away.
Jenkins on the key.
At this point,
A junior out of Wilmington, Delaware, set an Army record for field goals made last year. He had 18. Handoff Hassan. Haley Lyles helps make the tackle inside the 25 to the 22.
Hawaii used their last timeout.
Timeout, Greg McMackin in Hawaii. With 58 seconds remaining, his exhausted defense will get some water and take a break. What a story. Max Jenkins taking over for the injured Trent Steelman, trying to set up Alex Carlton for a game winner. Remember that game last year, Jason. 2 kicks off the left upright, almost the same point. Vandy had one, and then eventually Carlton in overtime to beat the Commodores, and really the biggest win of the 2009 season.
Oh, it was great for their program. And it was great for Carlton just to, have that success in a situation, where everybody, as the kicker, unfortunately, when it all, after a 60-minute game, when it all rides down to one person, they'll expect you just to make that kick. And for it to go in was huge for his confidence.
And remember, that had followed a miss against Tulane in the final moments where they lost against the Green Wave. And Bob Toledo here at Michie Stadium. So, as is the case in baseball, where the pitcher's going to come in or has no hitter, no one's talking to the kicker down there.
Oh, no. Leave him alone.
No one's saying good luck or anything. You just leave him alone.
Leave him alone.
Yeah.
But also, the key to being a defensive back or a quarterback or kicker, short memory. So you don't have time to dwell on things, because if you dwell on something, it's going to affect you the next time you go out there. It's just, Army uses a great word, clear. Clear whatever happened, move on.
All right, 3rd down. Off the timeout. Whistles. Flags first delay of game, and there's a clock management problem.
Play the game against the offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 3rd down.
So that backs up a potential field goal 5 yards.
Sure
Rick Jellison knows, darn it, we didn't need that to happen.
Well, that also changes your play call here on 3rd down, because you want to make sure you get those 5 yards back, so you're not so content as just taking a quick dive up the middle.
3rd and 9. Jenkins keeps just trying to get to the middle of the field and help Carlton, but he lost the ball. He lost the ball at the end of the run. Was he down or not? Yes, he was down, say the officials. Hawaii trying for a last gasp turnover here, but he has been ruled down. Manny Silva
clock is ticking.
Made the stop. Clock is ticking. No one has a timeout remaining here.
On to attempt a field goal.
That's close. Very close. Here comes Carlton. Going to be a 44-yard try.
Previous play.
I think look at this one. It's really close, Jason, whether or not the ball was out. Knee down first, ball out first. That's the question.
Yeah, this is one of those things, though, where it's got to be irrefutable. The official out there, he's down right there. No, that's not even close.
Got to look at the knee and the ball.
He's down. Ball's not even out yet.
Mana Silva recovered the fumble, if it was a fumble. I don't know, Jason. I don't see the knee down.
I'm with you now.
I don't see the knee down.
The more
angles
angles you see,
out.
the more angles you see, the scarier it gets for Army.
Kamalu Umu forced the fumble. Now, from that last angle, it was hard to see exactly where his knee was when the ball popped loose, but he was in the air, not on the ground, before the ball then came out. Here's the fumble. Look for the knee. That's the key here, folks. The knee has got to be on the ground. It's not. That's going to be a fumble. I think that's going to be a fumble.
But see, you can't see if he's got the ball right there.
But it's loose.
The defender's in the way. It's loose, but I mean, I'm with you.
It's close.
Because the defender obscures the view a little bit right there, it's going to be difficult for the booth review guy.
Watch this again, though, folks. I believe you got to watch the knees and the ball. That's where the hit was, right there. That's where the hit was. Yep, it's out.
Yeah, I see no knees touching right there.
It's out.
There's no knees, and the ball is out. That's your best view right there, guys.
That is. So
you can see there's no knee touching the ground, and the ball was out.
Up here in the press box with us, video replay judge will look at that, and we believe it should be a fumble.
Our uneducated view.
That is our opinion, of course, and they are looking at all of our CBS College Sports Network.
The call was a fumble on the field, and he was
replays.
adamant. The side judge, he was adamant about it. It was down. He was pointing,
down, exactly.
Blowing the whistle the whole 9 yards. So, that the guy in the booth's got to see enough.
Indisputable video evidence is required to reverse the call on the field. That is the official reading of the rule on that.
I think that last view gives you your best shot at the old indisputable.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is a huge official review. Will it be a field goal try for Army to win the game, or will it be Hawaii's ball and potentially overtime? There, the ball's out, and his legs are in the air. There's no question.
I mean, I can see right underneath the defender, and there's daylight.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that ball is clearly out. Wow. What a turn of events this will be.
Talk about the drama for that young man.
Oh.
Who's coming to replace the injured Trent Steelman, Max Jenkins. Will he, in fact, lead his team to a potential game-winning field goal, or maybe face overtime?
And he's played flawless up until this moment. And the scary part is all of a sudden you get yourself into an overtime situation. If this is the case, we're speculating here, but obviously you get yourself into an overtime situation. You give Hawaii a complete new life. They're built for the 30 and in. They're built just to wing it and get themselves in, whereas Army's going to have a tougher time in that short field running the ball in.
Kamalu Umu, the senior right defensive end, made
After
a play.
further review, the ball came loose before the player was down. It'll be Hawaii's ball. 1st and 10 on the 28-yard line.
Oh, my. Hawaii gets it back on the review. Jason, we saw it. Great look from everyone on our crew. Clearly, the ball was out.
They got the call right. I really believe that this is what review was built for, and they got the call right there. You could see there was plenty of air underneath the knees. Coach Ellerson may not like it, but it's the right call. Now you just got to hope for this 24 seconds of this Hawaii offense doesn't just go vertical on you.
The last overtime game we had here, won by Army over Vanderbilt last fall. A wild game with crazy turn of events. Remember the Trent Steelman touchdown run where Jason Johnson, the lineman, ripped off his helmet, cost him 15 yards. Vandy scored on the next kickoff back with 2 field goals off uprights. It was wild. Similar circumstance here today at Mikey. 24 seconds left, and Moniz has a little time now.
Oh, they're not taking a knee.
Absolutely not. Ryan Moniz back on the field is throwing on 1st down. It's brought in. Royce Pollard makes the catch. Late hit, possible sideline.
And a late call.
Steve Erzinger got in too late and made contact. That may cost Army 15. That could be a disaster.
Personal foul against the defense. Late hit out of bounds. Number 9. 15 yards from the seating spot. 1st down.
As a defender right now, what you've got to be most cautious of is vertical and sideline. Keep the ball in the middle of the field. Hawaii has no timeouts. Okay, keep the ball in the middle of the field. The odds of them being able to get up there and snap another ball off if they get this thing 20 yards down the field is slim, so you just can't let him get to the sideline that easy.
Unbelievable.
Now is not the time to just play completely, soft or aggressive.
Plus 15
It's a happy
on a
medium.
personal foul. Moniz throws, sideline route, man there. Pollard brings it in, a catch for Hawaii. All the way down to the 14-yard line with 12 seconds left. Royce Pollard on the go route. 31 yards, and they are in field goal range.
He gave him a little double move on the sideline over there. Just a little, I don't know if it was an out and up, just a curl and go, but kind of gave him a little stutter and took off. And give Army credit. They're doing exactly what everybody at home would say, like, don't play passive. I mean, they're bringing the heat. They're trying to get to the quarterback, but that means you got to play good man-to-man defense on the outside.
Moniz spikes it to stop the clock. 10 seconds to go, and they're not going to take any chances here. Here comes Scott Enos, the senior kicker from outside Sacramento, California. Had 3 field goals last week in the loss to USC to try to win the game here for the Warriors. Going to be a 31-yard attempt official. He was 12 of 19 last year field goal tries. He's got it! With 7 seconds left, Hawaii takes the lead.
Hawaii 31, Army 28.
And after playing an absolutely perfect half for Army, they just self-inflicted wounds here in the last 30 seconds of this football game. Not exactly making it tough on a kicker when you give him the ball there at the 20.
A year ago, Enos was only 2 of 6 on field goals from 40 yards out or more. And the JC transfer from Sierra Junior College in California nails it for Coach McMacken. And the Warriors hope to start this long 2-game road trip to the mainland in style with a win today. Colorado next week out of the Big 12. It came down to the replay, and what about Hawaii's quick offense? And Erzinger's penalty, disastrous for Army.
Yeah, not the time to be aggressive. It's got to play smart football. I mean, that's the one thing that this coaching staff really preaches is smart football. Not just what's smart.
Hugs all around for now. On the Hawaii bench. Enos to kick off. Cobbs and Brown are deep. Going to be a squib kick. Short kick. Ball loose. Brown just trying to keep it alive. And that's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the ball game. Here's your final score. Hawaii 31.
In gut-wrenching, heartbreaking fashion, Army loses to Hawaii 31-28. Each team 1-1 on the season. Coach Ellerson against his alma mater. A game he told us he had looked forward to so long. Crushing defeat today.
I mean, crushing, demoralizing. These are the ones that just haunt you. These are the games that, because as a football team, you realize you've done everything you were asked to do after that first initial onslaught. That 21-0, from that moment on, Army controlled this football game. Controlled it up until the last 30 seconds. So all of a sudden, the last 30 seconds, it was self-inflicted wounds and, mistakes and fumble.
And give tremendous credit to Bryant Moniz. Shaken up in that USC game last week. He and Greg Salas with a late rally. The offense for Hawaii had not been on the field the entire second half. Time of possession completely dominated by Army. And it was set up for Carlton, but the fumble by Jenkins, call on the field overruled by replay, gave Hawaii one last gasp, and they converted. More than 30,000 in attendance, largest home opener since 2005 here at Michie Stadium. Most of whom, of course, Army fans. Some heartbreak today for them.
Yeah.
Time now for the Army alma mater. (31-28) the final. Army has North Texas next week. Coming up next, Inside College Football with Molly Karam and Brian Jones, followed by Navy, Georgia Southern here on the CBS College Sports Network. You'll want to see Ricky Dobbs in action, the Mids quarterback. For Jason Sehorn, Andy Nicholas, our cadet reporter, and our entire CBS College Sports Network crew, I'm Dave Ryan saying so long. For scores, highlights, features, and more, go to CBSCollegeSports.com. This has been a presentation of the CBS College Sports Network. So long from West Point. It's been 14 years since Army's football program has gotten off to this kind of start. A 3-1 record has people at West Point thinking bowl game. Temple has followed up its record-setting 2009 season with a 3-1 start of its own. So now the scene is set. Two red-hot teams go head-to-head. Army, Temple, coming your way from West Point now. This is West Point on the banks of the Hudson River, home to the United States Military Academy. And home to Army football. The biggest crowd of the season expected today to watch the Black Knights for Homecoming 2010. Today the Temple Owls come to town, a program that for decades struggled to win games, but last year won 9 and made the program's first bowl in 30 years. Temple comes in 3-1 after a narrow loss at Penn State last week. Army enters the month of October with a winning record for the first time since 1996. The big headline today, the status of Temple star running back Bernard Pierce. He is out for the game. Suffered a high ankle sprain in the third quarter at Penn State last week and did not return. Temple coaches tell us he practiced lightly this week. Pierce set a school record with 16 rushing touchdowns a year ago. Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to West Point. Great to have you with us. Dave Ryan alongside Jason Sehorn, former NFL defensive back. And Jason, big news is bad news, maybe for Temple, but Matt Brown, one of the smallest running backs in the nation at 5'5", fills in for Bernard Pierce. He's pretty good.
He's absolutely pretty good. He's better than good. They're a fantastic 1-2 punch. We're talking about a running back who last year had 2 games over 150 yards as the backup. Now he's the starter. What you're missing if you're Temple is the 1-2 punch. Now all you have is the 1 punch. The backup and the depth will be at question today.
Big win for Army last week at Duke, and Jason talked about a 1-2 punch. It was big. The defense turnovers, the offense cash in with points.
Defense getting turnovers is huge. Offense cashing in and scoring off those turnovers is bigger. What they've done is they've created field position for their offense. Here you see Steven Anderson starting off the day in the first drive with an interception. Then you see Steven Anderson again with the sack and the forced fumble. These two led to scores for Army. First, Brian Cobbs coming around in, getting on the scoreboard for Army. Scoring off turnovers is huge motivational. bigger is stretching the field. Their first 2 touchdown passes of the season last weekend.
Second one to Raymond Maples, a freshman out of Philadelphia. Well, our cadet silent reporter today is Chris Frassi. He comes to us from Pensacola, Florida, and he is a senior. Now, Chris, when you were a freshman here at Plebe, the team really struggled, only had 3 wins, but this year, already 3 victories. What's the mood like in the Corps for you?
It's been great. It's been crazy down here, guys. As you can see, I have a million cadets around me, and we're just pumped. We're 3-1 this year, first time since 1996. And everybody's thinking, what? Hey, we're going to beat Navy this year, right, guys? Yes, sir! Navy in a bowl game. That's what we got. That's what we're thinking. Army 3-1. It's going to be a great game, guys.
U.S. Army. Let's get it.
Well, he has no concept of Navy and bowl game. Nice thought on the fans' part, but they get a little excited, don't they?
It has been a long time since Army's been to a bowl game for Rich Ellerson. He tells us it is exciting to see his Black Knights learn how to win. He says the players at West Point are getting more comfortable with the role of winning games, a powerful tool that is being victorious. Best start for the program since that Independence Bowl year of 1996. Last week against Penn State, Al Golden's Temple team lost its 28th straight to the Nittany Lions, but it was a battle at Happy Valley. Temple led at the half, gave the Nittany Lions all they could handle. Would have been an unforgettable win for Coach Golden, who was a tight end in his playing days for Joe Paterno. The coach said that was tough to overcome, but for the first time since he took over, the program competed against Penn State. Play him every year. Al Golden led Temple to 9 wins last year. What a turnaround. The program's first bowl since 1979, a loss in the Eagle Bank Bowl to UCLA. Today's telecast on the CBS College Sports Network is being brought to you in crystal clear high definition. Army has won the toss, deferring to the second half, and Temple will receive. On a sun splash, spectacular afternoon on the banks of the Hudson. Matt Campbell set to kick off for Army. Cannons fire, and we're ready to go. James Nixon on the return. He's fast, runs a 4.340. Ball loose at the end of the play. Who's got it? There is a flag down as well. Interesting start here. Army's football. There is a marker down.
I can assure you, if you're Al Golden, this is not the way you want to start the game. After that tough loss last week, he talked about getting off to a quick start.
The return. Illegal block in the back. Receiving team, number 28. Penalties decline. First down.
Not exactly a quick start to the game. A lot of times you see running backs, they fight for those extra yards. They're trying to get there. They're pushing, the pile's pushing, but you got to secure the ball to the very end. Good job by the Army defenders, and the one thing they practice all week long is stripping the ball. Chainsawed out.
Ty Schrader, a backup defensive back on special teams. Recovers. The play is being reviewed here, so already on the very first play of the game, we have an official review. Our crew from the Atlantic Coast Conference. Tracy Jones is the referee. Interesting start at West Point here.
You know, if you're a running back and you're fighting for those yards, the toughest thing is at that point in time, most of the Army defenders realize you're down and tackled. All they have to do is just try and strip the ball out. So as you're falling, they're trying to rip it out. Close play, though.
L.B. Brown down on coverage, got a piece of Nixon and helped strip that ball loose. And you're right about that. Al Golden talked to us this week about a good start and how his team would respond to that emotional loss at Penn State. They led with only a minute and a half left, Jason, in the third quarter against the Nittany Lions, the storied program at Happy Valley in front of 105,000, and gave a great effort last week.
On the road, you know, your alma mater, your team fighting. I believe the play stands. I didn't hear much, but
play stands on the field. We did not hear from the official. Did not turn his microphone on, so I'm sure he does that the next time. And it is Army football here. That's the bottom line. So the Cadets will get it 1st and 10. First play, already a turnover. Remember, they forced 5 last week. Our quarterback profile brought to you by 5 Hour Energy. Trent Steelman brought the Cadets big energy when he threw his first 2 TD passes of the season. Also a new career high for him at Duke last week in the big Army win over the Blue Devils.
You know, he's got to have the execution, the downfield opportunities. He's just got to play a solid game all game long for this football team to win. He's got to lead this offense.
This is Malcolm Brown leading the way for Army, put down hard. Jaquan Jarrett, the star defensive back for Temple, will mention his name a lot. Pick up a 3 by Malcolm Brown.
Difference makers. You got Raymond Maples on the outside. They're going to take some shots. He's got to be the guy. Like we saw last week against Duke, when they do take shots, score with them. They take so few down the side. Man in the middle, Zach Peterson. You got a big, huge, defensive nose tackle to go against all day, and Muhammad Wilkerson. He's got a hold point.
Go difference makers. Play action. Trent Steelman on the bootleg. Trent keeps to the 5. Jaquan Jarrett put him down, but a nice run by Trent Steelman. Chains will move. 1st and goal coming up here for Army on the game's initial drive.
One of the difficult things in facing this offense is the fact in the first quarter is all the misdirection they run at you, all the runs, the blocking schemes. You got to play smart with your eyes as the defense. Follow the ball, follow your man. You'll get there. Just don't think. Don't guess. You guess, and that's what happens.
Gain of 19 for Army. Trent Steelman, the leading tackler, leading rusher for Army, is tackled on the pile right away inside by Muhammad Wilkerson. Today's Geico difference makers for Temple. We mentioned Jarrett's name, Jason, already twice.
Jaquan Jarrett's got to have a big game today. When you're filling the alleys against this run, you've got to tackle solid because you are the last line of defense. Peanut Joseph, listen, as a linebacker, read your keys, follow the ball. Don't guess, don't try to think ahead of the play, follow the play.
3 on 1st down. Trent keeps, Trent lunges. He's in, touchdown Army. Great start for Trent Steelman and the Army offense, and here comes Alex Carlton, who's perfect on the season with PATs this year. Remains perfect. And a great start for Army. Fumble on special teams, and the Black Knights cash in last week at Duke. 5 turnovers, 4 touchdowns as a result. Already a perfect start in that department.
Hi, I'm Jim Parsons from The Big Bang Theory, and you're watching the CBS Sports Network. Ow!
College football on the CBS College Sports Network is brought to you by the U.S. Army. They're strong, and then there's Army Strong. Find out more at GoArmy.com. And by Warner Brothers Pictures Hereafter. In theaters everywhere October 22nd.
Spectacular scenery of the Mid-Hudson Valley. Right off the Hudson River in New York State. It's the 121st year of Army football. 3 national titles back in the 40s. 3 Heisman Trophy winners in its great history. Trent Steelman is the latest hero, cashing in on an early turnover by Temple. And another touchdown run for Trent Steelman. The Black Knights with 5 touchdown runs last year.
We talk about the turnovers in this Army defense, but it starts with their special teams, and that was their 3rd fumble created on kickoff this season.
Isn't that something? So Matt Campbell kicks off again. Last time, fumble and a turnover. Nixon coughed it up last time. James will try again for Temple from his 4. He's got great speed. Looks for a seam, looks for an opening, track down. Good. Army tackling on special teams to the 18. And that is where Temple takes over 1st and 10. Let's take a look at today's quarterback profile, brought to you by 5 Hour Energy. The Owls get their energy from Chester Stewart. Started 4 games for the Owls in that bowl run last year. Won the starting job in spring ball, Jason, this season.
Can't turn the ball over. He's got to be very efficient with the football. Ball security is key. They cannot allow Army short fields. Game management, understand what your goals are as an offense. And the offensive line's got to protect a little bit better. That's not all on him, but he's got to make good decisions if it breaks down. You know, this Army defense likes to bring the pressure.
2 wideouts to the right of Stewart, and no Bernard Pierce. He will not play today, so Matt Brown, who gets the carry here on the pitch right, is the feature back. Diminutive dynamo at 5'5", turns the corner before Jarrett Mackey escorts him out of bounds. Nice pickup on first down of 11 yards. First down for Temple coming up. And today's Geico difference makers, Jason.
You know, for this Temple offense, their tight ends have to block and catch well. They utilize 3 tight ends throughout the game. Evan Rodriguez has got to do both. You got to hold point against guys like McNary and catch the football. Matt Brown, he's it for them in the backfield. He's got to catch balls out of the backfield. He's got to be electric with the football in his hands when they give it to him out of the backfield. He is their offense.
Only 5'5", one of the smallest backs in the country. Runs here. Breaks a tackle. Open field. Matt Brown, big pickup before Antoine Aaron finally makes the play defensively for Army. Explosive run by Matt Brown. Give him 25 yards and a Temple first down.
This is exactly what I was talking about. We're talking about Evan Rodriguez. He's got to block, right? Here he is. Perfect opportunity, open field block. We're talking about Matt Brown. He's got to create plays out of the backfield. The very first play, second play for them, they did exactly what they had to do. You get a guy in the open field, you've got to be able to make sure he doesn't make the tackle when you're one-on-one blocking.
Just missed Steve Erzinger, but he slowed him down enough. Otherwise, Brown's gone. No question about it. So 1st and 10, Temple moving nicely here. Play fake. Stewart on the bootleg. Throws on the move. Pass is incomplete. Looks there for Rod Streeter. Good play offensively by Richard King. And today's Geico difference makers again here, Jason.
You know, in this defense, it starts with Josh McNary creating the pressure on the quarterback and not ever allowing him to get comfortable in the pocket. McNary does that. He brings the pressure. Jordan Trimble, you'll see this. Matt Brown's going to have a lot of opportunities on the edge of this defense. Jordan Trimble from his defensive back position as a safety has got to come up and make good open field tackles against Matt Brown. No small task.
Temple's got speed. As we talked about, they utilize the tight end. They'll have at least 3 tight ends in a lot of offensive sets. Most of the block for this guy. It's Brown on the pitch. Looks for the edge, doesn't find it. Put down hard by Jarrett Mackey and Antoine Aaron. Steven Anderson, the 2-year captain and leading tackler for Army, involved in the stop as well. Temple offense starting lineup, top of your screen.
You know, you talk about those tight ends, and what it does, it gives you agile big men on the edge to block for your running backs. Instead of having wide receivers out there, if you know you want to run the football, it gives you big guys to get to the edge against linebackers and safeties so that your running back has better lanes to run through.
Matt Rule, offensive coordinator, Temple, told us this week, we are who we are, with or without Pierce. Here's a play stoppage. We will run the football a lot in this game. 3rd down coming up. Temple calls a timeout. Al Golden wants to talk it over with his offense. Timeout. A beautiful day for college football at West Point.
From Iraq and Afghanistan, our brave warriors are coming home, wounded. Some with wounds you can see, some with wounds you can't see. Wounded Warrior Project was created to support our men and women coming off the battlefield. Please help carry these warriors the rest of the way home. Get involved at woundedwarriorproject.org.
1,000 things went through my head when I made that tackle. I thought of my mom. She's been going to my games since I played Pee Wee ball.
I'm so proud of him.
I thought of my high school coach.
He has the heart of a champion. He's in the right place doing the right things.
I saw Coach Nia Montalolo.
Ran up these by action. He was a special young man.
I remember the look on my dad's face at the end of the game.
We kind of laid the foundations for Ram to become a successful leader.
I'm Michie Ramiro Rayvelo III from San Antonio, Texas, and I'm fulfilling my destiny.
Matt Brown at 5'5". The true sophomore had a couple of great rushing games last year in Mid-American Conference play, more than 160 yards to tie Bernard Pierce's freshman record. And he is one of the shortest guys out there, although, as we research this, Jason, not the shortest in FBS.
And you see little guys, you think, oh, how can they handle the abuse? Well, when you're a little guy like that, you don't get hit that hard because most of the times you've got to break down to make sure you can tackle him just to get your hands on him. And as we've seen already in this game, getting your hands on him isn't an easy task.
Already one long run. So third down. Dallas Savage, the tight end, in motion. Stewart throws on the move. Has a man brought in, Campbell.
And just a not a heads-up penalty right there by Steven Anderson. Those are the ones the coach just can't live with right there.
Michael Campbell brought it in for 16 yards, and there's a flag in the backfield, as Jason talked about.
Roughing the passer. Defense, number 50. After this is to the goal. First down.
Plus 15 yards. And a surprising penalty from the team leader and captain.
You know, it's just one of those things where you get there, you've run, you've got to be smart enough to just hold up, and you can't just throw your shoulder in. You know, look, as he hits him, he looks straight to the official. It's one of those things that, as an athlete, sometimes you just got to, like, flip a switch and just contain yourself.
Today's Red Zone being brought to you by Verizon. First and goal here for Temple. Michael Campbell, team's leading receiver, brought that in. And then a penalty on Anderson. Matt Brown, pitch right. Sniffing out the end zone, knocked out of bounds on the far side, shy of the goal line.
You know, one thing you'll see a lot, or we've seen a lot so far, is the fact this Temple offensive line is creating a new line of scrimmage. A lot of times you'll see the guard tackle and those tight ends just pushing the line of scrimmage 2 or 3 yards on the Army side.
No huddle here for Temple. Matt Rule, their offensive coordinator, told us this week this could happen. Sometimes the quick tempo, but often this. The check with me, they'll go back to the sideline for a final signal from the coach, and then he'll tell the offense what the formation will be. Brown has Rodriguez ahead of him as a blocker. Matt Brown, pitch right. Matt Brown, in, touchdown, Temple.
Matt Brown carries the ball for a touchdown.
From 3 yards out, makes it look easy. And the Owls on the verge of tying this game.
And what you're seeing here is just this push. Right now, the Army defense is on their heels. Because they run the football so much, your blitzing schemes are kind of taken out. You just got to create pressure with your front four, and they haven't been able to do that. They're getting pushed back off the line of scrimmage, and the line of scrimmage ended up in the end zone there.
Brandon McManus, sophomore from outside Uniontown, Pennsylvania, is 6 for 6 on PATs this year. He's been a hero twice for Temple. Look out! Von Charlton, the former quarterback, trouble with a snap. Now last week at Penn State, he bobbled a high snap. They botched the PAT, tried to throw in the end zone for 2 points, didn't work. Back-to-back weeks, special team breakdowns on the PAT unit for Temple. Makes it a 7-6 game. Not a good snap. Charlton, the former starting quarterback, couldn't handle it.
You're watching CBS Sports Network.
7-6 game. Army a lead on Temple. Point after botched by the Owls a moment ago. This is year 121 of Army football. So let's flash back. 1943. Army and Temple first met. Who's that number 34? It's Mr. Outside himself. Glenn Davis would later change his number to 41 and go on to win the Heisman Trophy, one of 3 Heisman winners here at West Point. Scored a touchdown, pass for another in that game. A flash of greatness he would show in his tremendous Army career. These two teams have played 7 times total. Army holds a 4-3 edge in the series that started way back in the 1940s. Of course, Army won 3 straight national titles, part of the Mr. Inside, Mr. Outside tandem. Doc Blanchard, Glenn Davis, each won a Heisman Trophy. All played for Earl Red Blake. And Army now plays on Blake Field in his honor. McManus kicking off. Jackson receives. At the 5, gets really stood up and ain't hard and sent down at the 24. That's where Army will take over 1st and 10. Marquise Liverpool start offensive back for Temple with a big stick on special teams. The game ball brought to you by the U.S. Army. Literally, it was parachuted in before the start of today's action on a spectacular day for college football at West Point. Perfect landing, Jason. You and I were really impressed with that when we watched that earlier today.
I see that every week, and there's just no part of me that ever wants to jump out of a plane. I look at it's. I don't even know what that material's made of, but it looks flimsy. Not happening.
Takes a lot of skill, a lot of practice. Here's the pitch. Malcolm Brown. Hit by Jaquan Jarrett again, but a nice pickup on 1st down for Army. Gain of 11 1st down for the Black Knights. Starting lineup top of your screen for Army. There's Trent Steelman, who already has a rushing touchdown in this game. 3rd for Trent on the season. Now, Jason, we know that with the Rich Ellerson offense, the Trent Steelman does not throw very much. But no interceptions this year for Trent. The team has only 3 turnovers on fumbles.
That's the key part. It's like if you're not going to take a lot of shots, when you do take shots, you can't make mistakes doing it. And they've done a pretty good job of that this year.
Brown gets the carry. Buried after a short gain to the 39 of the Black Knights. Top of your screen, starting lineup, Temple defense, and they are loaded, Jason, with several NFL prospects, led by Jaquan Jarrett, the free safety, who could very well be playing in the NFL as a starter next year.
They just got some big studs all around. I mean, you think about their tackles, Eli Joseph, Muhammad Wilkerson. I mean, just some meat in that lineup.
2nd down for the Cadets. The counter. Patrick Neely back in the game. Chased down to here, Whitehead drags him down. He gets across the 45 of the 46. Patrick did not play last week with a sprained knee. Hurt it against North Texas a couple of weeks ago. Gets 6, 1st down for Army. How does the knee look, Jason?
The fact that he can get to the edge, nice. You want to see him just be able to open it up a little bit and run, and so far we've seen that. I think the coach is pretty happy.
Today's 1st and 10 line being brought to you by Golden Corral. Patrick warmed up, last week, but didn't play against Duke.
And that's one of the things as a coach, when you put him in there, you just want to see him have a little bit of success early, just get him on track to see if he can run around, and he's feeling good about himself.
Trent throws on the sprint right. Jared Hassan brings it in. Hassan, the assassin, as they call him here at West Point, to the 31 of Temple. Nice pickup, 24 yards. They're trying to get Jared Hassan outside the perimeter of the tackle box and use some of that big speed.
They talk about Jared Hassan. He's got a lot of athletic ability they sometimes waste in the middle of the field. This one here, they want to get him with the ball on the edge in space. They figure with his size and speed, it's such a mismatch against DBs. They said a lot of times they use him in the middle. He gets beat up a little bit. They said they need to get him in space because he's such a great athlete.
Has been limited by back spasms, but told us yesterday, we had a nice meeting with Jared that he had an appointment with a chiropractor using some laser technique on his back that really helped. Steelman. Neely, look out, met right away. Marquise Liverpool came up and smacked him hard for a loss. Loss of 5.
Lasers. This is what I like. This strength and weaknesses. One thing that its offense does for me, they control the ball. The one thing that defense does for Temple is they give up big plays. That's not really a big problem here. The Achilles here, though, the 3rd down and long. They've got to get themselves into manageable 3rd downs because as you run the football, you're converting on 3rd and 14 becomes less likely. The strength of this defense for Temple, let's be honest, they've got a lot of studs out there in their starting 11.
Including Marquise Liverpool, a former outfielder in the Seattle Mariners baseball system. Pocket collapses. Trent in trouble. Being tracked down, throws last second, incomplete. Good job to avoid a sack. One interception. Plenty of pressure on the play by that athletic Temple front. They were everywhere. Kadeem Custis, in particular, was tracking down Trent.
And this we talk about, they want to get themselves to a better 2nd down or a shorter 2nd down so these 3rd downs aren't 3rd and 13. You see the pressure coming from the backside. Trent does a good job, though. Just throw the ball out. At that point in time, just line up, play another down. Don't try to force something down the field. Now Army's in that situation that we talked about, this 3rd and 15, 14, where, running the football, not exactly ideal here, and throwing the football when they know you're going to throw, not exactly ideal for Army.
So we'll see. With the Achilles heel, trying to avoid situations like this. Little option look. And Trent going nowhere. Hit hard by Eli Joseph, the senior from Hartford. He and twin brother Peanut Joseph. They are both Elijah. The names are spelled differently. They are fraternal twins. Eli is 290 pounds. Peanut, the middle linebacker, is 240. Nicknamed Peanut because he was the smallest of the kids.
Yeah, 240. He's the small one. Think about that.
Peanut is the team's leading tackler.
This is a tough one for Coach Ellerson. You know, you're right at that break. You know, do I kick the field goal? Do I go for it? What do I do?
So he calls a timeout to think it over. More coming up from West Point.
You're watching CBS Sports Network.
So there's Alex Carlton, the kicker for Army, who struggled a bit this year, the junior out of Wilmington, Delaware. Only 2 for 6 after tying an Army single-season record with 18 made field goals a year ago, including that game winner against Vanderbilt here at Michie Stadium in overtime.
Well, you talk about 2 for 6. He's had a few blocks as well.
Had 2 blocks, including one last week at Duke.
And when you're kicking a 47-yarder, you know, the likelihood of getting one blocked is greater because the trajectory is lower.
His career long is 51. That was also against Vanderbilt a year ago. He's lining up now for a 50-yard attempt. Coach Ellerson told us yesterday he was thinking had to be 42 and in. That is from the 25-yard line in. He'd feel really comfortable. But he asks Alex, they talk about it pregame, based on the conditions. And kicking to our right with the closed end zone there with the Army football facility on top of that end zone section. A little better with a wind. So let's see how it works out here.
I'd say these are ideal conditions to kick a 50-yarder.
Missed it. Had the distance, but wide left, and he is furious with himself. Only 2 for 7 on the season. Temple gets it back when we return.
Downloading music can be expensive, so to save money, I've trained my dog and this cockatoo to play all the hits of the 80s. Hit it, Mr. Butters.
There's an easier way to save. Get online. Go to geico.com. Get a quote. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Welcome back, everyone. Michie Stadium, West Point. On post here at Army. First quarter, Army leads 7-6. Trent Steelman, a touchdown run. Matt Brown responding with a TD run for his coach, Al Golden. We have Jason Senior in the booth. Chris Frassi, our cadet silent reporter. Senior, or firstie. Out of Pensacola, Florida. They'll give us a feel for what's happening on the field. End around Nixon. They ran this play last week at Penn State for 51 yards, but Army's got it sniffed out pretty well. Jarrett Mackey helps out. First one there, though, is Josh McNary, the team's all-time leader in tackles for loss. Let's take a look at today's Scion key matchup, Jason.
It was this defensive line. You got to use your speed and quickness to get around them. You got to use your speed and quickness to offset that huge size of this offensive line. You know, their smallest guy, their center, is 312. So it's not like you're going to push these guys around, but what you have to do is use that to get around them. There's no bull rushing happening. But it's got to be a stalemate. You can't allow them to push you off the line of scrimmage like they've been doing.
Brown on second down. Runs right and directly into Jarrett Mackey. Playing well in this game so far. Mackey moving to the whip linebacker position today. The team still does not have Andy Rodriguez, leading tackler from a year ago. Had back surgery, Jason, though, this week, and the prognosis is good for an eventual recovery for the guy that knows A-Rod.
They need him. And it's a position that they utilize, that they move around the football field. It's a very athletic linebacker position for them. And to use their third and fourth guys already this year has been pretty tough on their defense.
Chad Littlejohn has seen time there. Bill Plosco has played. Had some injuries. 1st and 10 here for Temple. Brown looks for the edge again. Steven Anderson almost had a horse collar penalty. Wrestles him out of bounds. Into Army territory to the 49. Gain of 7 for Matt Brown.
And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, you see big Steve Caputo come out there. It's like, you know, when they put those offensive linemen out in space to block, they've got to block, and they're doing that. This is what this Temple offense does such a good job of getting their tight ends and linemen. They're pulling linemen out into space and blocking, not missing the guys. You know, it's up to the second guys to come in and make the tackles.
Brown looks great early. Started earlier in the year because Bernard Pierce had a concussion in fall camp against Villanova and Central Michigan and played well. Pass incomplete there. Jay Jones, the intended receiver, on a high ball from Chester Stewart, the junior out of the Washington, D.C. area. Stewart went to DeMatha High School, as did Patrick Mealy, Army's star slot back. Last week, great overall effort from Army, but especially Jason on defense.
Getting them off the football field. That third down is huge because it gets them off the football field. It stops the drive. It gets you on the sideline drinking some Gatorade and put your offense back on the football field.
Gotta have that Gatorade, right?
Hydrate.
Gotta relax. Two tight ends in again. Brown behind Stewart. Chester from the shotgun. Option look. Keeps heads upfield. Has a first down for Temple. Ball loose at the end of the run, but umpire says he was down. No fumble. It'll be a first down for the Owls. Gain of 6.
And a nice play there, too, getting Stewart inside, using that offensive line. We're going to talk about it all day. I got a funny feeling about them creating a new line of scrimmage. You watch this offensive line just push, and just huge holes for him to run through. They get into those third and short situations, look for Temple to run the football most of the times today.
Hit by Sean Westfall, the very end.
Interesting.
Down. Ooh, that angle. Great look from our crew. We may have another look at that. We'll see if the officials stop it from up here in the booth. The officials on field do not. Got to be buzzed from the replay official up here with us.
Interesting how he doesn't replay that one.
Not replayed. Play goes on. Brown off right tackle. Matt Brown. He'll have a race for the end zone, and he will dive in. Out at the 1. Looked very close. Now a touchdown is called.
And what a huge turn of events. Go from a play that should have been at least looked at to a touchdown on the very next play.
Well, it looked like clearly from our angle he beat Donovan Travis to the end zone, and he did. 40 yards on the touchdown. We'll see if this is reviewed. Last play was not, as he dove in. Remember, Temple failed last time on the PAT.
Brandon McManus.
And
got the extra point.
McManus will come in to try to convert on this PAT. No replay. This time it's successful.
The kick is good.
And Temple leads 13-7. Well, Bernard Pierce is not playing, but clearly it's not an issue for the Owl offense. Brown has been spectacular. 2 touchdown runs already, and Temple has a lead. But the play prior, was this hit a fumble? It was close.
When we decided to televise my sports talk show, I wanted to try something different.
You're safe, little kittens. Mr. Eagle will take care of you.
I tell you what, we're just going to do my sports show.
Ow, get off. I can't.
From exploring Europe to conquering X Camp, from building homes for the homeless to kayaking in Alaska with whales, Girl Scouts today offer so many incredible opportunities. The only problem you'll have is deciding what to do. So, what did you do today?
From Maine to Maui, thousands of high school students across the country are getting in on the action by volunteering in their communities.
Action teams of high school students are joining Volunteers of America and Major League Baseball players to help train and inspire the next generation of volunteers.
It's easy to start an action team at your school, so you too can get in on the action.
Are you in? Get in on the action at actionteam.org.
Middle of your screen is the Jared Hassan rooting section. Dad Don on the right, Mom Catherine on the left. In the middle, that is Kirsten Michelson wearing number 7. That's Jared's girlfriend. Now, Don on the right was a 1971 West Point alum, reached the rank of colonel in the United States Army. When Jared was a little guy, about 8 years old, growing up in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, his dad being a West Point grad, was a big Army football fan, and got him that jersey that Kirsten's wearing. Now, for days at a time, Jared told us yesterday, he'd wear that number 7 jersey. That's the jersey of Ryan Makeda, former Army quarterback. And there is on cue, Jared Hassan right up the middle. He gets to the 43-yard line on the 3rd down run there for Army. So that jersey has been around a long time in the family, and now Kirsten's wearing it. Chris Frassi has more on that.
Guys, I talked to the Hassan family earlier on today, and they made this long 900-mile trip this earlier tonight, or last night actually. They traveled from 10:30 to 2:20 last night to get here, and they got to leave tomorrow, Sunday, to get back for work and all other sorts of things. So it's been a long trip for them. They're here just for the game to see their son play, and they're really proud of him. But the time for travel is going to be coming up real soon.
Chris, it's such an interesting story. Jared, from right outside Milwaukee, wanted to be an Army football player, wear that number 7 jersey from the time he was a little guy, as we talked about. And then when Stan Brock, there is an injured Temple player, by the way, Mojave Wilkerson being treated now. Stan Brock, former coach, was let go here. When Jared was a senior in high school, he turned his attentions to Air Force. So Jared briefly, Jason, went to the Air Force Academy, and we mean briefly. For about 10 days, realized he made a mistake, tried to transfer to save the freshman year, couldn't do it with the red tape and paperwork in time. So he lost a year, took some classes at a community college in Milwaukee, and then came for basic training back to West Point this year.
He had to go through basic training twice, and he said he spent more time in a holding pattern at Air Force, 2 weeks, than he actually spent at Air Force. Yeah, there's a red tape delay for him.
But boy, is Army glad to have Jared Hassan. A lot of pressure, Jared said yesterday, on his shoulders to deliver because he had so much hype, media, headlines coming in as the savior at B-back. He said to us yesterday, tough it's been tough. At times it has been tough for him. But he's responded well on 1st down. Steelman keeps, gets down to the 41-yard line. A gain of 3 for Trent Steelman of the Army offense. Interesting discussion with Jared yesterday. Really intelligent young man who wants to be a high rank, a commander in the U.S. Army at some point after graduation.
Yeah, this isn't just his fulfillment and moving on. He has aspirations to be in the military. He said since he got that jersey and watched him play, that he's always wanted to come to Army and be a part of this.
Carries here, right in the middle. Nearly 240 pounds. Jared Hassan all the way to the 32-yard line. 1st down for Army, gain of 10. Jared tells us why he chose West Point.
It comes from always wanting to serve my country. Doing so is such an honor and a privilege. And when you graduate from West Point, you're obviously commissioned as an officer. You get the opportunity to lead, some of the finest people in America, which is, Army soldiers. So
he's realizing the dream. 1st down, and a nice Hassan run for Army's offense. Moving here against Temple. His dad, Don, a 71 West Point grandfather, invaded France on D-Day for the United States Army.
Sister goes to school here.
She graduated, yep. There is Hassan again. His sister, a 2010 graduate, Kelsey.
That's a family tradition.
I'll say. Forces football proudly supported by Coke Zero. Gain of 7 there for Jared Hassan. Leads his team 4 rushing touchdowns coming into this game today. He said to us yesterday, I know I'm going to get beaten up at the B-back spot a lot. Contact,
he does.
Even if I don't get the ball, I'm getting hit.
He's getting hit every single play.
But he loves it. 2nd down. Hassan carries. Hit right away by Adrian Robinson, the 2009 MAC Defensive Player of the Year.
By Adrian Robinson.
And a spectacular season last year. 13 sacks.
The one thing that's unique about this offense, though, is they utilize a lot of different backs. You see here leading rushers for games so far this season. They have depth at this position where they just can rotate players in, a lot of qualified guys to run it, which really helps them because, as we've seen, they're going to take a lot of abuse in this offense. They need to have guys that can shoulder the load.
Malcolm Brown can do that. Looking for the edge, looking for the 1st down. We'll have it inside the 20. All the way to the 16 of Temple. Lots of versatility, and I think the outside is open up because the inside so much more dominant now for Army from the B-back spot, thanks to Jared Hass.
That's what Ian had said to us, is we have to have a defense think inside out. So they've got to think about stopping the inside first before they even get to the outside. And we need a guy like Jared Hassan who is a threat up the middle of the football field. Otherwise, they just start going to the outside and stopping our triple option threats.
Ian Shields, offensive coordinator for Army, up here in the booth with us. Here is Mealy. On the counter give, runs right, lowers the shoulder, lowers the boom on the Temple defense. Inside the 15 down the 11-yard line.
And you watch this drive right now, and this is exactly what Army wants to do. They want to keep their defense on the sideline, keep them fresh and rested. They want to wear that big, huge defensive front for Temple out. They want to chew up some yards, get themselves in a manageable situations. You see them each time now with these 2nd and 5, 7, 3rd and 1, 2, manageable situation for them to run their offense.
Great look at the court, new seating location here at Michie Stadium. Opposite our cameras on the CBS College Sports Network. We're enjoying a beautiful day of college football. They hope a touchdown here. There he goes up the middle inside the 10-yard line. Trent Steelman gets himself to the 6. Kamara makes the tackle defensively. Senior from Newark, New Jersey. 35th career start for him. TOP, Jason, time of possession, so dominant for Army. 36 minutes a game to lead the nation coming in.
And that's what they want to do. They want to wear defenses down. They want to use their offense to not just score and chew up yards, wear the defense down. It takes a toll on you when you're out there all day long.
3rd and very short. Here's the pitch. Mealy. Lunging. It was hit hard. Kamara got there. Got inside the 6-yard line, though. And we'll have the Army first down. Out to the 5.5. Kamara, 3 tackles in the game. Top players off the field for Temple involved in a lot of community service.
And this is where Army's already thinking timeout. Were they thinking timeout?
Official stop play. Temporarily, it'll be 1st and goal here for him.
This is where Army's already thinking they've got 4 downs to get 6 yards. And he ends up there in the booth, and he's already talking about which 4 plays they want to get themselves in the end zone.
17th play of the drive here, Jason. Talk about grinding it out.
Methodical.
1st and goal. End around. Brown hit. Jaquan Jarrett, future NFL safety, jets out for the defensive secondary and makes the play.
And what Jaquan Jarrett does here is he gets off blocks. You know, they're going to come out there and they're going to try and block you. You've got to be able to get off these blocks. You've got to be able to move through the offense. When the offense is coming out there and the wide receivers and the other slot backs, you've got to be able to weave your way through there and find the ball carrier. They're not just going to give you many opportunities of a straight line.
Jarrett's got 4 tackles today, had 11 against Penn State last week to lead the Owls' defensive charge. He is something. Fake. Steelman keeps. Trent Steelman, touchdown Army!
You know, we talked about this earlier in the quarterback profile, making good decisions, and Trent Steelman does such a great job of making good decisions with the football, knowing when to pitch and when to keep it.
2nd rushing touchdown of the day for the sophomore from Bowling Green, Kentucky, Trent Steelman. Carlton has the PAT. And Army has the lead, 14-13 on Temple from the Mid-American Conference.
Hi, I'm Daniel Smith, and I'm a 3rd-generation Horned Frog.
My grandmother actually went to TCU. She graduated in 1939. She brought my great-grandmother to a game against SMU. It's really neat to be able to go over and sit in a seat where my great-grandmother sat and watched the TCU Frogs 8 decades ago play a game. We're definitely raising my son to be the Horned Frog.
Go! Frogs! Go! Frogs!
Army coaches tell us Trent Steelman, the sophomore quarterback, Jason's got to be a point guard for this triple option offense. And right now, that point guard is executing it to perfection.
Absolutely. The ball is in his hands every single time, whether he's throwing it or just distributing it to these slot backs and B-backs. He's got to make the decision based on what the defense gives him. He has to know when to pitch the ball, when to keep the ball. They talk about the decision-making process and why he started last year as a true freshman. They said obviously he had some athletic ability. But they said what we knew we were going to get from him was a guy that we put on the football field who made good decisions with the football. And as a point guard for any basketball team, if you can't make good decisions and set people up, you don't play for very long.
He carries 45 yards, 2 touchdowns for Steelman already in this game. That Campbell kickoff. Burrell and Nixon are deep for Temple. It's Nixon again with a blinding speed from his 9. James Nixon looks for a hole, won't find one. Donovan Travis on special teams, starting safety. Army makes the play defensively, as does Kingsley Ahee, who plays middle linebacker. Against Al Golden and Temple today from West Point.
You're watching CBS Sports Network.
Today's 1st and 10 line being brought to you by Golden Corral. 14-13 game. Just under 9 to go in the first half. Trent Steelman, 2 touchdown runs for Army. Matt Brown, 2 touchdown runs for Temple. Replacing starting back Bernard Pierce out with a high ankle sprain, will not play today. He's not dressed. Smith in the backfield behind Stewart on this throw. Brought in. Rodriguez, big tight end, is swung out of bounds. Rodriguez, one of the top targets from the tight end spot. One of 4 tight ends who will see regular action. Gain of 14, first down Temple.
And this is what makes it so difficult for both these defenses, because you know the offenses are set up to run the football, so you're here to get into the backfield and stop the run, and all of a sudden they throw a little play-action pass at you. The tight end slips by you. You have to have your eyes right the whole time. You know, and Army's very well aware that right now, throughout the first half of this game, they've been being pushed around the defensive front, so they've got to get their guys off the ball.
Here is Brown. Looks for an opening, won't find it. Swarmed under. Josh McNary, first one to get there, the all-time leader in Army history in sacks with 23. Time now for the icy hot injury report. Gotta be Bernard Pierce. This was last week against Penn State. Jason was hurt midway through the third quarter. Temple led this game until the very end of the third quarter. In the field goal fest by Penn State, they kicked 5. Evan Royster had a huge game with a career best rushing effort for Penn State against Temple. They were in that game. Pearson scored 2 touchdowns. They looked great until he got hurt.
There's nothing worse than that high ankle sprain either.
On second down, Rodriguez hit by Erzinger right away. What a play. Flag is down. Steve Erzinger met Evan Rodriguez as soon as he grabbed that one. An ineligible receiver downfield for Temple is going to cost Al Golden's team some yardage.
Which is odd on a 2-yard pass.
Ineligible receiver downfield. Offense, still 85. Penalties decline.
For Keith Brown, one of the 4 tight ends there, Jason.
Yeah, he's probably covered up. He was probably covered up on the line by another tight end, which makes him ineligible.
Brown is 25 years old. He enlisted in the Army out of high school. Very special day for Moore Keith to take on the Black Knights here at West Point. Our former defensive lineman switched to tight end. Fans make some noise on homecoming. More than 30,000 here at Michie today, largest crowd of the season. Hoping the Black Knights defense can stop Temple here. They're 2 for 2 so far on third down conversions, and we're going to have a timeout. Top of your screen, you see it. Now Golden Temple, 1 timeout remaining in the first half. He and the offense will talk it over. We'll take a break. 14-13, Cadets have a lead.
When we decided to televise my sports talk show, I wanted to try something different.
Yeah, that's right. It's a dancing disco hour with Timmy V.
I tell you what, we're just going to do my sports show.
Where's Tommy?
I thought he was with you.
No.
Jack.
Tommy?
Go get him.
Don't stop. Keep playing. Here we go. Here's the fun part.
Did you do this?
Great job.
Encouragement. Pass it on. A message from the Foundation for a Better Life.
1,000 things went through my head when I made that tackle. I thought of my mom. She's been going to my games since I played Pee Wee ball.
I'm so proud of him.
I thought of my high school coach.
He has the heart of a champion. He's in the right place doing the right things.
I saw Coach Niamontalolo.
Ran up these by accident. He was a special young man.
I remember the look on my dad's face at the end of the game.
We kind of laid the foundations for Ram to become a successful leader.
I'm Michie Ramiro Revelo III from San Antonio, Texas, and I'm fulfilling my destiny.
14-13 game out. Golden Temple on the road. They're 1-0 so far in Mid-American Conference play with a very dramatic victory in overtime over Central Michigan. They'll play Northern Illinois on the road next week. Wrap up a 3-game road trip for them as they return to MAC play. Now Golden told us this week our goals: win the MAC this year. They won the East Division a year ago and make the bowl game.
Got to watch Matt Brown up here in the backfield. They've got this spread out a little bit. 3 wideouts in.
Coach wants to win that bowl game in Detroit this year.
Get him the ball in space.
Whistles, stop play. Flag down.
False start. Offense, number 71. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
That is Darius Morris, right tackle, senior from Long Branch, New Jersey, Philly area, 318 pounds and an NFL prospect. Little movement